All right, I think we're live. It's been a while, so welcome. How's everyone doing? Hi, Patty. Hey, Scott. How's it going? Um, so I've been sick over the past few days a little bit. I'm pretty sure it's just a cold with the weather getting colder, but I wasn't feeling like working today, so I called out. I saw that I had one more day I could use before the end of the year, so I'm using it. Uh, I went to the rock supply store originally to get some slate I wanted to build the background out of. And
I can read Future Perfect, a skeptic's search for an honest mystic by Victoria Lustelot with the accessibility feature, Kindle Assisted Reader. But first
whoa,
I
where's
need your
that coming
permission to
from?
enable it. Would you like to turn it on?
Okay, my computer's doing something funny. I don't know if you guys can hear that.
Please unlock your device.
Don't know what it is. Oh no, Scott. Man, it's spreading like crazy. Um, Priscilla actually had it a couple weeks ago. I was there last weekend and she had it the week before that, so yeah, it's spreading pretty crazy. And then she thinks somebody else at work might have it, or at least they're saying they believe they might have it. So yeah. Um, so I wanted to build a leopard gecko background. I already got the leopard gecko. I got it on the Black Friday sale. And then I went yesterday and got another under tank heater so I could keep him in a little container for the time being. Coffee. Need some coffee. Just getting up. Gonna grab some stuff here. You guys can look at my tape for now. So this is what I usually put my snake in when I'm cleaning his enclosure. Hey 3G, how's it going? So this is what I'm going to be keeping him in for now. Yeah, we'll keep him in this. I was just thinking about keeping him in another tank, but then I don't have a lid I could use. Yeah, it'll only take 24 hours to cure, so I should be able to put him in tomorrow. So we'll go with this way. buddy. This is my leopard gecko. I wanted slate because how yellow he is. He's a very light colored. And with slate being a darker color, I thought he'd look pretty cool in there, but I couldn't find any slate, and with a shortage of supplies and everything right now, I didn't really feel like waiting or looking. And I'm pretty sure I'll be getting another leopard gecko eventually. So I just thought, hey, I'll get this other rock for now. Grab the pink right now real quick. I'll be posting the link soon. I forgot to post it. We'll see if anyone else wants to join. Oh, man. I should have taken this out. Let's see. Put the top on. Hey, Rainer, how's it going? Gonna be building a George too. Oh man, I'm missing people coming in. Let me get this link posted up. Hopefully George at least joins. If anyone else wants to join. We'll do that, and let me get it pinned over here. There we go. There we go.
Hey, buddy.
Hey, buddy, how's it going?
Pretty
Did
good.
you see my gecko?
What's that?
Did you see my leopard gecko?
Oh, yeah, I love it. Give me 1 second.
Gonna be doing a background for him out of rocks. Gonna be using some GE Silicone 1.
They won't come on forever.
But just so you guys know, I forgot what brand it was now. I found out like almost a year ago about it, and this thing's like a year old, but it's unopened, so it should still be good. But this one, GE Silicone 1, the one that everyone says is the best to use to reseal an aquarium, says it's not for aquarium use, even though you can still use it.
Hey, give me a minute.
It's
I'll be
just
back with you.
sounds good. I believe it's just a liability thing, but I believe it's DAP. DAP has one that actually says it is for aquarium use. I haven't seen it in person yet, but yeah, I mean, if they're willing to put it on there, you would think that it'd be okay to use. Come here. And then this is the tank we're going to be using here. It's 20 long. Oh yeah, I wanted to try to get some of the crickets that are still in here and alive back into this thing. See if he'll eat them. Come here. See if we can catch them all real quick. I just got them last night. I don't know what I was thinking. I was like, yeah, I should feed him before I start the build. But yeah, probably a mistake. And then I'm thinking of painting the back of the tank a certain color, but I don't know what color yet. Just so that if there is any gaps in the rocks, that it doesn't really show through as much. That one's alive. Don't want to put the dead ones in. Dead, 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 dead. They're dead. Hey, Sandy, how's it going? You can see him looking at them. Oh, there goes one. Is he going to eat it? Is he going to eat it? He's looking at it. I think he's interested in the screen. He's looking at you guys. He's looking at you guys. Can you see yourself on the screen, dude? Yeah, I think he just had enough to eat. He's not really interested in eating them right now. Maybe. Oh, nope, there he went. Oh, no, and it wasn't on video. But you can see him gobbling them up. Of course, I had to lower it too much so it wasn't on video. That's just me. This is just what I do, I guess. And this is his hide for now. It was a coconut hut I was using for my apistos. Hey, Craig, how's it going? And using this mat is pretty nice. Oh, got one more that's alive. Let's try to get the mat out of here. So I went to Petco. They usually give you more crickets than you ask for. So I got 15. And when I got home, there was about, I'd say somewhere about 20 to 22 of them. But it was funny because I only had 13 that were actually alive. The rest of them were dead. So they gave them to me, but not the correct amount that were supposed to be alive. But it's all right. They're like 17 cents. And then I have that Vital Care thing that makes it cheaper. So I think they were like 12 cents each. So yeah, whatever. I wonder if they make these mats in a lighter color. It just seems to be like a felt. So I could probably go to
Right
a
here, bro.
supply store and just get a piece of felt and cut it to size. Because I'd kind of like a different color with the color of rock I got. Oh, man.
Hold on 1 second. Huh? I'll be with you.
Yep, no worries, dude.
Look what I'm doing. Look. Okay, let me show you what I'm doing. It's crazy. I change a lot over here. You gotta see. You're like, George is always changing. Yeah. Hey, bro, I got
What's up?
this tank. It's empty. It's 40 gallon. I took all the 20s out. I'm gonna put another 40 up there. I have a 40 here with the pair of discus in it that I got a week ago. I got another 40 with a pair of discus that bred. There's fry in there. Yeah. Check out, man.
Nice.
Hold on, let me go back a little bit to show you the rack. See, I just brought that one. I brought that one. So being painted slowly, one tank at a time. I'm making all these 40 gallon tanks here. And then the 20s are all on this side, buddy. These are all 20s, no more 10s on top. So this rack, this whole thing is all 20s. You see that, right? Some of them are empty, still filling them up. And those are non-heated. Nothing in them right now. They're empty, just running with the filter. And the rest of the stuff down here. How's everything with you?
Pretty good.
I want to show you something very upsetting. It's okay though. Dead fish. Look, you can see it. Look what
Oh,
happened
yeah,
to my.
your angels. No,
Those
what
are
happened?
my dream fish, bro. You see what happened? I'm drying them up to feed them to my isopods. Anyway, don't worry about it. Things happen. You know what it is. Stuff happens. I mean, guys, no joke. They were in there with these guys. Look at these guys are 100% healthy. Nothing wrong with them. And they were just not happy. They just bellied up overnight.
Oh, dude, that sucks.
Hey, it happens, bro. That happened many times. It's not the first time. But I paid a lot of money too for them. I got it from Nolan's Aquatic, by the way. These guys
Nolan's.
have some fry in there. Yeah, well, it doesn't mean anything, bro. They were here for like 5 days or so. I'm not blaming the fish store. But again, I don't know. They didn't pass
Honestly,
quarantine.
dude,
They were sick. Stuff happens.
it's often not the fish store because realistically, I mean, it was a big thing being talked about a while back of, oh, it seemed like everybody believes that all the fish stores should quarantine their fish. But I mean, in reality, they just don't have the room. They don't have the means. They're going to bring the fish in and sell them. Unless they see that they're visibly sick, would be the only time that they're getting quarantined and treated.
Yeah, I don't think they
But
look
other than
physically sick.
that, if they quarantined all fish, we'd be paying like $7-8 per neon tetra,
I know. I know how it looks.
Switch back to me for a minute. So this is the rock I got.
Hold on a second.
I think it looks pretty nice. I try to get a lot with a lot of flat pieces. That way I can, you know, silicone them to the back. But the back is on the bottom. So yeah, silicone it to the back. I want to create a whole wall, and with some pieces, not this piece because this is going to be a background piece as well, but basically silicone it like this so that it creates some ledges within here for him to be able to crawl up on. But I got a whole lot of the rock. I mean, I got this whole 5-gallon bucket full of it. Let me see if I can bring it on up here real quick. It's rock, so it's kind of heavy. So yeah, I mean a 5-gallon bucket full.
Oh wow, this thing's like not fitting down here. I don't know why. Not good, man. That's not good.
Yeah, Craig, but you're honestly a dime a dozen. Most people aren't willing to pay the price that it would cost to truly quarantine the fish, because you're not talking about just medications and stuff like that. You're talking about they need a larger facility to be able to house a large enough system to be able to quarantine the fish.
How are we gonna do this?
I mean, I used to think like, yeah, they should all quarantine, you know, but after being able to get some insight on how a fish store runs, I was able to see that it's just not that viable. And just because one fish store can do it in one area of the country, you know, in certain states or whatever, where things are a lot cheaper, doesn't mean that places can, especially over here in LA, where, I mean, I remember I worked for a small online hobby company, so we just had a warehouse space. We didn't even have like a retail storefront, and rent was absolutely crazy high.
I got it, dude. It's fit, bro. So
Hey,
that's
Terry.
perfect.
Hey, Master. Joe.
240 gallons fit on the rack from Home Depot. That's perfect. Barely fitting. Like if there were centimeters extra, it would have been hard to get them in there. Nice.
See,
Nice.
the rock I got to build it out of. So this whole 5-gallon bucket of rock cost me like $13.
Nice. Very nice.
Rock supply stores for the win. I'm just trying to get it all out. It's all going on my bed.
I had a friend over right now. He came and took some rats from me. Like 10 of them or so.
Dang, you had that many extra?
Not really. I don't have much. But yeah, if I have extra, I'll take them to the LFS.
Well, don't take them to the LFS. Tell me, and I take
I'm missing
one at
one.
least.
Do you have an extra 40 gallons sitting somewhere? Reader?
No.
I need one so bad.
Nah, they're both being used.
Well, I got 4 of them. I need one more.
Here we go. Now we're starting to get to the pieces I was thinking of using as a ledge. You can see it's kind of flat here, so that's a pretty flat piece. So, you know, stick it on like this, give them somewhere to crawl onto. Got another one like that right here.
Hey, by the way, the gladiator betas, I'm getting 2 pairs.
You're getting
Monday.
2 pairs out of them?
No. I know there's gotta be males and females, what I understood. But I'm getting new ones from somebody that I know. He's giving them away.
Oh, really?
Yeah. And so he's gonna ship them to me Monday. He's one of our fish fam members. Jason, redfish, bluefish.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, he's giving 2 pairs away. He said, George, you want to breed them? I was like, yeah, I would love to, man. Those are fun to breed, dude. Anything mouth brooding, I like. I love mouth breeding fish, especially those Parasipochromis, Sipochromis, Leptosomas are my favorite fish of all time.
Do you know if he has the true gladiator betas or if they're another kind?
Dude, you see, he said they were, and so we'll compare them on yours. But again, it looks like the ones that you have. I'm sure they are gonna be. We'll compare them. Let me see. When I get them Tuesday, he's gonna overnight them. Hopefully, we'll see. I'll let you know.
Nice. Ooh, look at this rock. That's a nice rock.
Are you surprised at all how fast I bred the discus?
No.
There you go. That's my friend right there.
Why would I be surprised?
That's why I love you, bro. Yeah. You see a lot of people like, whoa, you really did it? Like, yeah, it's not a big deal.
See, so this is going to be a big piece that I'm going to put toward the bottom. I was thinking about trying to take a hammer to it or something and trying to get more of this stuff off, but I don't know. I think I'm just going to leave it. I was power washing the crap out of it.
By the way, the 2 that I got from Tiki, the blue ones, the blue turquoise, they call them. I got 4 blue ones from them. I got 2 blue diamonds and 2 blue turquoise. Blue diamonds were small pieces, and the turquoise are nice and big. I think they're a pair. They're hanging with each other, not messing with each other. We'll see what happens.
Let's see if I could use that piece. Dude,
Oh,
I forgot that I had a planned power outage last night. I was ready to knock out, and then my power went out, and I was like, oh no, I thought it was supposed to be next weekend.
Dang. How long was it up?
Until this morning.
Thank you, Craig Donegan.
Oh man, do we have a somebody? Oh man, there's a bunch of stuff not being shown. And it's just people being funny.
What?
Hey Patty, are you here? Is Patty still here? Oh, let me go check StreamYard real quick. And the link is posted up there, I think, if anyone else wants to join. I know you join a lot, Terry. Streams, you're welcome if you'd like to. All right, Patty. You're going to be mod for me, please, so that you could approve stuff. Yay, Patty's a mod. Yeah, because some stuff's getting blocked. That's just silly. We know I don't mind silly.
Anthony, last night, the breeder that I get the discus from, I traded him some discus for my baby plecos. Look, he brought me 10 of them. Got one right here, different
Nice.
colors too. It's like a red Marlboro, red, super red. There's a turquoise right there. There's different color ones. You got like 10 of them. They're pretty good, small size. And these are my diamond blues right there. It looks so beautiful. I love them.
Dope. I need to find my vape real quick because I'm like, man. Where's my
Some are
vape?
hiding in the back of the filter. Still new. You just got here yesterday. Some are on the top right there. There's like 10 of them. 10 plus these two.
Bam. I'm gonna blow you up. There you go.
Oh, you should see the other turquoise I got. These are diamond blues. You should see the turquoise. I really love those ones a lot. Look. Hey, that's looking good so far, huh? I fed it in there. It was hard to get it in, but I fed it in there. So these ones I got from Tiki. I think they're a pair. They're still young, very young. They need another, they're about a year old. Need another 5-6 months to get them growing a little bigger. Compare these ones to these ones. See, size is the same tank. By the way, the breeder told me to lower the water. So what I'm doing is taking every time I see poopy in there, taking them out. Earlier, I sucked one fry out of there by mistake. Now I gotta be careful next time. Dude, that's hassle, man. We're learning, guys. Still,
What?
even though I breed
I know
fish.
that. I know you were having trouble breeding discus beef and having success with the fry and all before you got the RO system.
Yeah.
What
Now I have
TDS are
RO.
you keeping them out now that
Ah,
you have the RO?
bro, I have kept them the same way the guy at his house kept them. I have them under mine is 170 TDS right now on those pairs. He has them at 205, and
Okay.
so now this pair right there, those are 170, and so I'm keeping them low. Okay, I'm gonna take them as low as 100, 120. I know
And
that's their sweet spot, the 85 to 100. No lower than that. Okay, I need
but
some
you're not
minerals in there.
adding any catappa leaves or anything to lower the
No, no, no,
pH?
no. You can. I'm sorry, but not a good idea. Unless you have like all connected to each other, and you have a sump. Get a catappa leaf and put it inside the sump. Let it, circulate the whole tank. That would be okay, ideal. But to throw them in the tanks, bro, like that, babies will go under. But when they're flying around the tank, when they're looking for mom, you want the color of, that's why they're white. You want them to they get dark. And then the babies, you see anything dark, they go to it. Like that filter right there, it's kind of a bad idea to have a dark. You need something like covering it up, for more success. And then I got the 40 gallons. I can always divide them and put two pairs, like one cone here, one cone there. And then let's say we got a pair of albino. They eat their fry. They don't raise it. We can take that cone and put it in there. So I'm learning all these things. I'm going to take you guys one by one. I know other people done it. I know. It's my hobby. I want to learn and love it and do it, bro.
So nice,
Yeah.
Patty. That's a pretty dope deal, Patty. I mean, shoot, just the 8 things of coffee would probably be worth the $50. More probably than that. And Craig dropped his freaking RO unit.
And look what else I got, by the way. I got potassium permanganate to sterilize the stuff, and I got medication. I got the Metroplex, I got the dewormers. I'm gonna do it all right, Anthony. So you ever get a fish discus babies, they're gonna grow good. You'll see the future. Next summer, hopefully, we're hoping. I'll give you some babies to grow them up for me. like 20, 30 of them. You need like a big tank store. This is a small, even for grow up, 40 gallons not enough. For grow up, you need the big tanks like this, 120 gallon, 100 gallon, minimum 70 gallon. I seen the guy have a really good success with the 70 gallons. I'm planning on emptying these 3 tanks, 1, 2, 3. I'm planning on putting drywall, planning on covering the top so I can keep this room hot. If I want to do the discus for real, I have to keep the room hot, buddy. I can't just have all heaters like these guys, you know? It'll blow the circuit up. Winter time is no good. That's why I keep going in and out of the garage. It's letting cold air in and out, especially at nighttime. Do you know?
You sure you don't open up the garage all the way, bro?
I know, but again, even that minute you go in and out, still.
Yeah, no, I'm saying don't open it all the way. Just open it enough to where you can fit underneath. And I don't mean crawl, but, you know, where you just duck under. Because opening it all the way, all the heat rises. So if the door's going all the way up, it's going to escape super quick.
Hey, look at these guys, by the way. You see how happy they are? They're swimming around. Their only problem is because I got them from Tiki, they don't eat everything like these other guys. These others too, they eat everything. They literally eat everything. Beef heart, worms, Viva bite, granules, anything I gave them, they ate.
Hi, Lori. How's it going?
But these guys only like worm. I don't even think they like brine shrimp. I haven't tried mysis with them yet, but they ate black worm, bloodworm. That's all they want.
Scotty says, George, you're in California. You don't know what cold is.
Yeah,
Scott,
I know.
You know, it's relative though, bro. And the one thing I realized going to Colorado where it does get cold in the negatives, so you can't tell me it's not cold there. It gets in the negatives. And last time I went hiking, it was under 20 degrees in the snow. So yeah, pretty dang cold, man. So that snow hike was pretty cold because, you know, it's pretty moist over there, but it's a lot about humidity. Humidity makes it a whole lot chillier or more chilly. I even got Priscilla to say that it was chilly here in California. Hey, Bob. What's up,
Welcome
Bob?
to the jungle. Welcome to the jungle.
Yeah, but with it being so dry in Colorado, it's I love it over there. It's nice and crisp. It's not like cold. Although it gets cold when it's negative, that's cold. But like when it's a nice 40 degrees, 30, 40 degrees, that's just nice. So yeah, I don't want to put too many of these ledges in here, but I do want some for him to be able to crawl on.
Yeah, this tank I set up last night. So I haven't even put the filter on yet. You want to see the beta microstoma fry? Look at that. They're gotten a little bigger.
Hold on, you got macrostoma fry actually? Hold up, let me put you bigger.
Yeah, bro. Look.
Ooh, which ones are mine?
Later
Later today, bro. I'm dedicating a whole row to betas in my 20s.
Yeah. Hey,
I'm setting them up
you
a little
want to
later.
pick up the gladiators back? from me?
No, I'm not gonna have room. You were
Okay, no
supposed
worries.
to breed those ones.
Yeah, I will, but I haven't like okay, look, I'm gonna empty some tanks in this row. So very soon. I just need to make a phone call on Tuesday to the guy that buys the fish from me. Because I have fry in there. I wanted to sell the moms and the dads. Those are daffodils. They're big. Okay. You want to buy them, you can get them. They're breeders, by the way. Big daffodils. I don't care. I don't want to ship them. I'm gonna take them to my local fish store. But I got like maybe 100 fry in there. Let them grow up a little juveniles, and I'll move them into different tanks. And so I'm gonna empty that tank and get the gladiator betas be put in there maybe, and maybe this tank's gonna be redone too. I got it. I'm gonna have to. I'm always doing stuff around. You know how it is. Always, 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 always.
Yeah.
Sometimes I gotta let go of stuff. I know that much. Like I need to fix this tank and I need to fix this tank. It's totally empty. There's nothing in there. That one has the guppies. If you really want these guppies, bro, I'll give them to you. They're okay. They're from
Which ones
Tiki.
are there?
Those are the platinum
Nah.
golds, whatever they are. I got 2 males, 2 females. They're pretty fat. They haven't dropped anything for me though. I don't know. And look at all that foxtail on top. And I do give it like 12-hour light for them, and the light doesn't even penetrate. Just and foxtail's doing good. I'm using the same light on top.
Oh man, I don't know if this rock is good to use. It might be too dang big.
Look at my Silawassis, man. So there's
Nice.
one.
Are they breeding for you quite a bit?
Little bit, yeah. They're since I got them.
Hey, do not, whatever you do, give to anyone. Do not remove
I'm
any.
not. I'm not.
Well, I'm reminding you.
I'm not messing with the tank, bro. I haven't even changed water for like 2 weeks. I just have it covered. I just add in a little bit of auto. The TDS is a little high. I did a half a water change, like literally the other day, but I only need to do like 10%, only like that much out and in and out, in and out.
Hey, Ian, what's up, bro?
And we'll see. Hopefully next summer we'll get this whole thing filled up. I got like maybe 20, 25 of them in there. They're all in this side. Look, let me show you. Oh yeah, there's been a lot. Look, see them?
Nice. Yeah, no, wait till you get like 200 of them before you
Yeah,
remove
I know, man. Look at all that.
Seen too many of them go down.
Yeah, I know. I actually not a good idea to do a big water changes on these ever. Um, yeah, and use shrimp salt, of course. I'm missing a 40-gallon here. Let's see. Maybe next month or so we'll get it. And I got right now 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 40-gallon breeders. 2 of them got discus pairs, guarantee. 1 already have fry. 1 is gonna happen whenever it happens. These guys, I'm thinking they're pair, and these 2 tanks are brand new, empty. I just sprayed them, and I put them 1 right there, 1 right here. Hi there, Caleb's Aquatic.
Huh. Let's see. Well, shoot, I think that's enough ledges. Let me know what you guys think. Let me flip this stuff around real quick, and then I'll get me up.
Yep. I'm gonna show you this. Oh,
So
so
there we
you're gonna
go.
silicone that in the background?
Yeah. So these are the ledges I want to do, and then I got all that rock over there. You can still see that I'm gonna put flat on the back to take up the rest of the background.
Is that for the leopard
Leopard
gecko?
gecko?
Are you using foam?
Huh?
Are you using the foam to carve it and stuff?
No, this is rock, bro.
Yeah, well, the rock's gonna be weighing, you know that, right? Heavy.
Yeah.
Silicone gonna hold it? Are you sure? Because
You
the
know
way
how
I did
strong
it,
silicone is?
the foam did hold it between,
Yeah, I
you know,
know.
the
We
foam.
just
This
did Priscilla's thing.
okay, good, great.
She wanted to use foam, so she used foam.
She used foam. I would use
Hmm.
foam too. And then you know what?
Yeah,
What else
no,
you can
I
do?
don't want to use
Take
foam though because I don't want it oozing out of the cracks and crap.
Yeah, but that's okay. That cracks, you cut it off, and then you take sand and silicone and put silicone and put sand on top. It will look so natural.
See,
I know you can do it. Show us what you got.
silicone it.
You
Looks
see
good,
this thing?
guys.
You need any plants? Let me know.
Anyone think it's too many ledges or whatever?
No, that's actually a perfect amount. It looked really nice.
Like the spacing and all look cool?
Silicone it, Craig saying. You can carve the foam like you want. Yeah, that's true. I like the foam and I don't like the foam. Like I did the foam job on this big tank. Between me and you, it looks okay. It looks natural, but the silicone I'm missing spots in the back. I was hoping to get like viney plants to grow it in the back. That will take time, and those viney plants are expensive and hard to get. Some of them are.
Yeah, I know it could be carved, but with this rock being so light, I didn't want to use the black foam, and that's the foam that's supposed to be non-toxic and all that.
That's the foam I use. The expanding. They call it gray stuff. Great stuff.
You just use the regular great stuff,
Yeah, bro.
and it's not
And then I use silicone on top of the great stuff, and I put the wood on it. So they're actually not touching it. They're silicone. You understand?
I mean,
They're
I got
the
a lot of
foam.
rock here. I suppose I could just silicone and crush
Uh,
up some of this rock in between.
only thing I recommend Anthony to do, put the silicone. I mean, if you're gonna use the foam, put the foam first and then set your rock. Once you set the rock, don't touch it, and the gray
Yeah.
stuff is gonna come over it. Like because if you put it in and spray it, it's gonna come really a lot over it. But
Yeah.
if you just put them in, it will right away though. Don't wait. Don't wait. Just like shh.
Well, I was gonna like do it to this, like put it on the rock, not on the tank.
Ah, that
Because
would work too.
I don't like it oozing out, man. I don't want it to ooze
Yeah.
over the rock, and then you have to clean up the rock too.
Yeah, agree on that
That's
one.
why I wanted to use silicone.
I totally agree with you. Hey, buddy, I'm gonna get down. My battery is gonna die. It's 15%. Let me charge it.
All right.
I'll be here in the chat.
Sounds good.
Thank you for having me up.
Thanks for
Hey,
coming
when
on,
you
bro.
gonna come by?
I don't know. I'm sick right now.
Oh, feel better then. Don't come by. Love you, man. Take it easy. Yeah.
There, bro. Ian, are you busy, bro? Come up here. Or Bob? I haven't talked to you in a while, Bob. If you're not busy, it'd be nice to have you up here. Boop, 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 boop. Ah, there we go. That's a big enough hole. I don't like the big holes. Just a little hole. Oh, oops. I forgot it still needs to be punctured. Got a toothpick here. Let's see if that's big enough. Nope. I need something bigger. Ha, Ian. It's cool, dude. Charge it, Ian. Charge it. I'll be here for a while. And there I go, bumping it. Hopefully I don't break my tank with rocks that fallen. Looking for something I could use to puncture this thing real quick. No, I don't want to go all the way to the garage. No, I got a silicone screwdriver right here somewhere. Some wet socks. Got some wet socks, oh, Rainer. Hey, how's it going?
I'm fine.
Oh. What do you got going on there? Falling rocks.
My Duncan tree frogs.
Oh, nice. What size enclosure are those in?
A homemade enclosure from Shank.
Oh, nice. That's cool.
A little one.
How many do you have in there?
2.
Let's see if I can knock more of this off. Is that pretty loud that I'm doing that, or does it sound
Not
all
that-
right?
It sounded right, but with headphones, it could be a bit noisy.
My headphones are fairly noise canceling. Here pretty good at it. There we go, right there. There we go. Now it's coming out. Well, I guess we'll see if this holds. I'm about to find out. I'm just hoping I'm not fucking around to find out.
That's a all foam background on this tank.
Oh, nice. Yeah, that's pretty good. That's a pretty dope chest to build that out of. Oh, man. I think I'm going to have to poke a bigger hole in this. Oh, man, how did I have that? Ah! I hope that's not too loud. Keep knocking stuff over. Ooh, there we go, Bob. Hey, Bob.
Hey, what's up?
How you been?
Good.
Been a while.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh,
Been working or volunteering a lot more at the yard. I'm there 5 days a week now, so
all right. That's good.
yeah. And got into the reptiles, so I haven't given up any fish stuff, but only so much time to be one place or the other. I got a new baby that I can't detach from me.
What's that one's name?
Well, her name was Worm because she looks like the worms in Men in Black. That's what the people that had her said, and she does. I wasn't familiar. I didn't remember, so I looked it up, and she does. But I've changed it to Irma, short for Irma, because I don't. Worm's just not. It doesn't really suit her. She's pretty cool. How's Priscilla doing?
She's doing pretty well. Working.
Awesome. If those birds are too loud, I can mute. They drive
Not too
Pam
bad.
crazy. Pam can't stand them, and I think they know it.
Yeah, I'm starting to think that maybe I should have gotten the foam. This rock keeps falling.
Uh-oh. This week on In Bed with Bob, featured guest Worm. That's it. You got it. Anything to hold my phone. I didn't think about that.
Go use another rock to hold that one in place until the silicone cures up a little bit.
24 hours, you know.
I've got all 4 of them up here actually.
We'll see at which point I go, oh man, I think I made a mistake, and go get some foam.
What are you doing? Sand with silicone or?
Rocks.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I saw the picture.
Really like the way this rock looks, though. It's pretty nice. I'll probably end up getting a darker leopard gecko eventually.
Yeah.
And swap it on out to put the darker one in this one, and then find some slate to use for the leopard gecko I have.
I have three leopard geckos now, and I didn't get any of them. The first one was brought to the Ark and surrendered with all of its stuff, and then the pet shop gave me 2 of them they didn't want.
Did people bring those ones to the pet shop, or?
Some boy, they said, young man brought them and said his dad got them, and that his dad was bad about getting things and not taking care of them. And so he just brought them, and they didn't have a place to put them, I don't think, right then. So she asked me, the owner wasn't there, and so it was my buddy. And she said, do you want 2 more? And I said, not really, but I'll take them. But I had to separate them because one of them was fighting the other one, so it took up another one of my reptile tanks. People think they're cute. They do. Oh, Rainer went down.
Oh. If you hear me making some noises, I promise I'm just trying to pump this silicone.
Right. Pump it, Anthony. Pump it.
It's just the silicone, guys. It's just the silicone.
How's the snake doing?
My snake's doing pretty well, but it's kind of funny because he doesn't eat anywhere near as much as Priscilla's snake does.
Really?
But Priscilla's is a female.
Yeah.
And I know females do eat a lot more than males.
Because she's going to get bigger, grow faster.
Yeah.
I guess.
I started only attempting to feed mine every 3 weeks.
Really?
Yep.
Oh.
Even if he looks hungry, because sometimes he looks hungry and he just doesn't eat, but he is very healthy.
Yeah, I've seen him, not recently, but.
But I mean, he's been that way for over a year now.
You saw the 3 new ball pythons I got, didn't you? I think you did.
Yeah, I was on one of the Pam
That's-
streams. I believe you were showing them.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. One of those is not wanting to eat all of a sudden. They were all three on live, but I got them all three to eat frozen thawed right away. But now the hide is not eating. This is the third week. Last night I spent a long time, and I've been leaving the mice overnight, all that stuff. So somebody's about to get an assisted feeding. I'll go a couple more weeks, but he still looks okay. But he hunts all the time. He comes out and hunts and hunts and hunts. But when you give it to
I
him,
mean, some snakes just won't go to the frozen and really just want the live.
yeah, I was tempted to get a couple for him, but then when I started, it just perpetuates it.
Yeah.
He did great the very first week. He ate two hoppers or whatever the next one is up from Pinky's. I don't remember. I have one named Reggie that's just a classic that I got months and months ago at Petco because he was always out when I went in, and he is quite the character, his personality, but he does that. He won't eat sometimes. He did last night, but that's the one thing about ball pythons is you get one that won't eat, and it's worrisome.
Oh, Rainer said he got a bad connection.
Saw that, yeah. Maybe he'll come back.
Do you know if anyone else is planning to go today, Bob?
Stream today?
Yeah.
I don't even follow Saturday. I don't know, Anthony. Like I say, I haven't been absent, but I haven't been able to go to as many streams. You know, I know the ones that, I normally follow when I'll go there, but I work sometimes if I'm doing water changes and stuff, but I don't know. To answer your question, I don't know.
Okie dokie. I just don't want to run over into other people. I just saw no one was really going, so.
Yeah. There's so many of us now. I don't think it's. When we started the reptile stream on Friday evenings, that we had the luxury of not having to worry about are we going to go over somebody in the fish film because it's not about fish. So we just do our thing.
Yeah, that's kind of the thing that me and Priscilla are running into a little bit. I really want to do an art stream with her as well.
Yeah.
So the only people we really have to worry about is when Pam has her art stream. So that's nice.
Yeah.
Since it's not really a fishy stream. I'd like to start popping up on Pam's stream too.
Yeah, with some projects.
Timing gets tough.
Yeah, Priscilla used to do that.
I don't know if you saw. My kid is into art. She likes painting and drawing and stuff. So yeah. I like to hang out with her.
Yeah.
I actually got her some acrylic marker pens.
Cool.
She loves to use. It's funny. She likes to just carry them around with her. She doesn't even care if she's using them. But I decided to start doing little itty bitty art things.
Well, when you all could come up, maybe both of you could come up a couple of times or one time at least and talk about it and see what people that are there for art, what their suggestions for a day and time. Of course, I know you both have tight schedules. That's the other thing, I guess, is getting two people together.
So, yeah, with salt water, you get a lot of dead snails.
Oh, yeah.
So I decided to repurpose them into little art projects.
Oh, that's pretty.
So this is like glow-in-the-dark paint, the little dots, and then the background.
Nice.
Priscilla bought my daughter these, like, depends on how the light hits it, I guess, on what color it is. And kind of the same thing.
Yeah. That must be like that, the car paint. You've seen the cars that change color? Or at least we have a lot of those here.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. How the
I think,
sun's hitting it.
I mean, technology with that has even gotten pretty crazy. Like, they're now able to just do the wraps instead of having to actually paint the cars.
Right. Yeah, Patty said Priscilla's art is often fishy. It really is. I just put away Priscilla's calendar that I was using for the year, for the art in it. I just put it away today. I've got a lot of Priscilla's art, as you know.
Yeah, she doesn't give me any anymore.
She doesn't?
Nope. No more art for me.
I've got also a piece of Kenny's art. And I saw that he did a stream last night or not before with a couple other people, but I never got to go over and see what they were doing. I don't know if he did anything about art or not. You know, he had an auction not too long ago, but I got this piece off of Pam's. She asked him if he wanted to auction something, and it's his only watercolor. It's pretty cool.
Oh, I'll be right there to hear that. Which I think I'm gonna hang it up today because I have time today. Supposed to be working, but yeah, didn't feel like coughing inside people's homes.
Yeah. Patty, I may have that original. I can't remember.
All right, let's see it, Bob.
You what?
The piece you were showing?
Oh, I wasn't showing one.
Oh, okay. I thought you were showing it.
No, I hadn't moved my fat butt out of this bed. It's just a watercolor of a leaf. It's really cool that I got from Kenny before he had that option.
Mike All Things Fish had a stream where he did some giveaways. He gave away some of Priscilla's art and some of Beck's art, and Priscilla won a piece of Beck's. And this is it right here.
Wow.
It looks really nice.
It does look nice.
Yeah, there was somebody was having a stream, and I saw that Bex was in there, but I wasn't able to hop in the chat and stuff. But I really wanted to show it off.
Nice. Wonder why.
So yeah, that's gonna get hung up today.
Wonder why Mike's giving away his art. Did he say?
Oh no, he just likes doing giveaways, so he's not giving away his art that he has. He basically sends the money to whomever, and basically ordering it for whoever wins.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah, Patty, she really does. I kind of want the puffer she has. See if I can do this real quick. You guys can see my art hanging up, even though some of them are crooked right now.
Everything I have is crooked. These crazy cats.
But that's why Priscilla won't let me have anymore, because she doesn't like looking at her own art. She wants to see other people's art. I think that's part of why she sent it to me, so that she doesn't have to look at her own.
You got to get her tired of her art again, so she'll give you some. She's always been very generous with her art. and she's always had great fundraisers with it.
Yeah, Terry, she really did do a good job on your logo. And
Yeah.
she feels really, really, really bad about how long it took her. It's just, sometimes life happens, and she really had no time at all to do any art at all, but she felt so bad.
Patty, I'm glad you're with friends when you found that out. We're here.
What?
She bought the wrong tea. It's a crisis. I've got a couple of Priscilla's originals, but I'm getting them confused as to which is Prince and which isn't. They're all awesome.
I have only one original.
Is that the saltwater?
So the originals you have, Bob, you have her saltwater and freshwater, like, where it has quite a few things.
Yeah.
I remember you have those because I wanted that damn saltwater one.
Yeah. Anthony, you can have it.
It's okay, Bob. She won't let me have any. She'll probably get mad that you gave it to me, and
you don't have to.
Then I won't be allowed to hang it up. And then, she'll know it's hers.
Oh, okay. Well, I wanted it super bad too.
I know you did. That's why I haven't flown over there to take it from you yet.
I was half expecting it, I'll tell you. Weren't those the ones that were at the Aquashella or somewhere? I don't know. I can't remember. Between her and Scungies and Pam's, I've got a lot of art. I just got some more of Scungie's stuff too.
Oh, nice.
Got some t-shirts. If you like her stuff at all, she's got some really nice t-shirts with her original art on it, and they're on sale for like $15. I went on there just looking during the stream the other night, and I bought 2 shirts.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd like some more Fish Fam shirts and more art. But now that Priscilla won't let me have her art, that takes one artist off the shelf so I could get more from other people.
Yeah. I do like Kenny's stuff too. It's different than all 3 of the others. I don't know how to really describe it, but I like his stuff.
Yeah, I'm trying to get back into more of the streams. It's just even when I have time, it's hard to be in the chat. Like, I don't have time to be in the chat as much.
Yeah,
I do have time to watch them.
Do you know Keeper Kane? He's kind of new. I mean, he's been around a while, but his channel, of course, is still small. And he's the president of the East Tennessee, whatever the fish club that did, and James go to over in Knoxville there. And I'm invited. He invited me to come, but I just never have gone. It's an hour and a half drive for me. But anyway, we've had him on as a guest on the Tennessee Fish Mafia. No, actually, we had him on the reptiles. That's what he was on, and he talked about his spiders because Mike wanted him to talk about what are the big tarantulas, and it was pretty interesting. Then we had him on to talk about his snakes a couple weeks ago. That he's going to come on then Tennessee Fish Mafia because he has fish. He has it all. But he was talking about how do you guys watch all these channels, and I'm just, got whatever he's got, 1,000 or maybe right under 1,000 subs. And how do you? And I'm like, you don't. You get to the point you realize you can't do it all, and you just have to, have your main ones that you like and follow and support, and and people will do the same with you. I told him so.
Yep.
Other things. There's so much,
especially now with everyone being back to excuse me. With everyone being back to life from the whole world situation, you know, you're not really getting as many 60, 70 people watching a stream at one time.
Oh, no. I think we had 17, 18, 14 in the reptiles the other night. And I thought, yeah, but we're just building this, we're just starting, So sometimes we have 50 in there. So it's not about the numbers, you know that. So
Yep.
people
Yeah,
get
I just
discouraged.
noticed I've never wanted to have extremely large live streams where you have, over 100 people in the chat.
It's crazy.
But I do notice that it's really difficult when you only have 2 or 3.
The largest, yeah, it is. The largest chat I ever had was when I said I was going to, and it was a Wednesday evening, I said that I would grow remember that? I would grow what is that called? I know it very well. A lot of people in Tennessee have them, the long hair in the back. And
Oh, a mullet.
Mullet, yeah, and dye it purple. I mean, it filled up. People were bringing their children. I mean, all kinds of stuff. And so I did let it grow out for a while in the back, but then I cut it off. I couldn't keep the deal. But that's my record chat. I don't know. It was a couple hundred people. That was great for a Wednesday. Speaking of numbers, Anthony, Ian says he's got 13%. I don't know if he's looking to come back or not. If he does, I'll go down. Listen.
Well, you don't have to. I mean,
well,
I still have my StreamYard Premium too, so I mean, there's a room. I was actually thinking the other day, and I told Priscilla, like, man, I should just have Pam use my StreamYard because I saw that she was, not able to have as many guests.
Yeah.
But she's like, she probably wouldn't. And I'm like, yeah, she probably wouldn't.
She probably wouldn't, knowing Pam. I've got the premium too, but the only reason I did is we had 11 people on the panel, and a couple of times we had them all there, so one would have to, go down, go backstage, still be, there, but not visible. And but we've had one leave, Stephanie. She's a nurse, Aquaria Life. My buddy Stephanie. She decided that she just couldn't come enough to, stay active as much as she'd like with the stuff she's got going on with job and everything right now, family. So we're going to have her on as a guest periodically. She's pretty awesome. Right. She went down, so now we have 10, so we can all get on there. But sometimes we only have 4 or 6 or, of us. So but that's the good thing about having a big panel. There's a lot of people to talk. Ed's on there, so there's never a shortage of talking. People.
Yeah, Ed. Ed's very, very good at talking.
Yeah, he is. You ought to hang out with him, Anthony, or have you hung out with him? He and I've been to a lot of the some of the local fish stuff, and we've been to several Repticons. And we're going to. I thought it was today, but it's a Saturday in February, and I sent it to him. It's something. It's a big thing called Oddities and Curiosities or something, and it's a convention like a Repticon or something. And I'm like, oh, this is crazy. And Ed with his craft stuff would love this. So I was planning on going today, and he's like, Bob, that's in February. I'm so glad that I asked him to go, and he corrected me. I had a stroke, a couple of years ago. I really did, and it's the numbers. I can't do checks anymore or anything like that. I had to quit. But the dates, days, and times, and all that stuff. I'm keeping it on the charger. This phone is slow and special. Hattie said, is that all you've got's a phone, Ian? That's all I've got because my computer, the sound went out on it, and I've never been able to figure it out or got it fixed. And now I forgot what my login code is. So I can't even get in it.
I have a lot of customers like that. I had a customer the other day that had a brand new computer, brand spanking new laptop. Yeah. And she hadn't used it in over 2 years. That's not even turned it on. Yep.
See, when
I
I
didn't
got
even
those,
take her word for that. I saw the updates and the dates of the updates. They were well over 2 years old.
yeah. Hey, Chew. So I could take it. I have the PC, but I'm not mobile. Oh, but then you're not mobile. Yeah. Yeah, I always use my phone. I've not been on my computer for easily 2 years because the birds, they would, that Pam's voice sets off the animals. I'll tell you, Yazzie, and the birds hear her and they go crazy. So I had to stop screaming back here. Still went running Windows 7. All right, Joe. I think I've got the 9.0 on that, whatever was new 2-3 years ago.
Get a little more silicone in there. So I'm starting to glue the rocks on the back. Oh, that's bad. Woo, it didn't crack. Yay! So I don't know if you guys could see there. I think Bob might be having some connection issue maybe. Or just muted. I don't know. But let me get me up bigger real quick. There we go.
Now,
There we go. Bob's back.
yeah, I was
So-
never gone. You just couldn't see me.
Starting to put the
I got-
pieces on the back here. Got these two here going.
All right.
It's coming along. It's coming along.
What size is that? A 40?
No, that's a 20 long.
Oh, okay. It's big.
Yeah, I was searching for quite a while to try to find as many thinner pieces that I could glue onto the back. There's a lot of these pieces I know I'm not going to end up using because they're just too thick.
What kind of rock is that? Dragonstone?
No, what kind of rock did they say it was? Yeah, I forgot what kind of rock it was, but I got it from a rock supply store, so not Dragonstone, definitely. Priscilla's doing a bioactive for her crested gecko that
Yeah.
she's doing a Dragonstone with, and it's coming out really nice. She used the black foam for that, but she's gonna, since it's bioactive, she's gonna be siliconing some sphagnum moss in the cracks where all the black shows through, so you can't see it.
Oh, nice. Yeah.
But I'm not gonna be putting any sphagnum moss or anything like that, I don't think, on this. That's why I'm really trying to stick to the silicone.
Did you say what she was going to use to make it bioactive?
She got some isopods.
Oh, cool. I've got some native ones out of my driveway and yard in my.
Yeah, me as well. And actually, I just got a critter keeper from Petco
Yeah.
for him. So let me take you over here real quick. But there's some other ones I want, and they're just so expensive, some of them.
I think about the best deals I've found. I haven't bought any from anybody but Wally, Supreme Gecko. He has a nice choice and good prices. Little commercial.
But yeah, around the country, a lot of people keep them in like those plastic bins to help keep the humidity.
Yeah.
I don't have to worry about the humidity as much, so I got one of these critter keepers with the screen top.
Nice.
And I mean, it's a cool little enclosure. It makes it look nicer than the plastic bins, but I was about to get the plastic bins, then Priscilla's like, well, they have that critter keeper that's almost the same size.
Yeah. You can see a lot better, I bet, through that too.
Oh, yeah.
Did you say they're native ones in there?
Yeah, it's just the native ones.
That's what I've got.
But eventually I do want probably 2 or 3 more others that are more designer. And I'm thinking that it might be a little advantageous to try selling them to the reptile stores around here when I
Sure.
get them breeding.
Yeah. I got some, what did I get yesterday? I got a couple more Knolls to add to my little group that are, I've got 2 of my ball pythons together that I'm going to breed when they're grown ups, but they're getting along great together. And I've got some Knolls in there with them that they don't bother, of course. So I got more Knolls because they had them. They were like $6.50, and they were clearing them out for half price. So I got the last 2. But I got 2 of those hissing roaches, a male and a female, and I've got them in a 10-gallon. So they're just super cool. I never paid attention. I've got the doobie roaches already, doobie eye or whatever.
Yeah, my kid is getting into insects. She really wants a tarantula. And then, I don't know, I'm kind of thinking I want a praying mantis for her. But I don't know. I'm not too big on spiders, so I don't know about a tarantula.
Yeah, I'm not either. All they do, I think, is just make a hole and sit there, and then you feed them. But some of
Yeah,
them, Kane was telling us that some of them throw hairs, that they can actually pull them out of their back legs and throw them at you.
Yep,
I don't need that.
yep. That's what I'm saying. I don't really need that either.
Oh, I didn't know that. Joe Coffey's saying once apps replaced all things EXE, there's no reason to upgrade hardware anymore. Oh, talking about the Windows 7 and 9 and all that. How long does your silicone take to dry? Rainier said.
To dry to the touch, I believe it's about 6-ish to 8 hours or so. To cure, fully cure, it is, let's see what it says. It is, oh, that's why it's acting all funky. I just noticed that it wasn't seated in there properly. I believe the cure time is either 24 or 48 hours. I think it's 24 hours for a regular cure to keep it dry and 48 hours if it's going to be touching water.
That's what I've got is. I've been using it to, they have those kits, it's just a plastic plexiglass sheet with the door in it and vents and stuff that fit different types of aquariums. And you set them up on their side, and then you've got a reptile habitat or their end. So I've been making some of those with these tanks I'm breaking down. Ian said he's been up since last night from work, so he might have to get some sleep.
Oh, come on, Ian. How old are you? Like 20?
Right.
Sleep is for when you get into your 30s, okay? And then it just gets worse from there, I'm pretty sure.
Oh, let me tell you. Usually I get 3 or 4 hours, and that does it. Oh my God, I had those mosquitoes in one of my 10-gallon tanks, and I was going to get some mosquito larvae, and I was going to get them out and feed them. Well, I did some of them to fry, but some of them got loose in the house. That was awful. I finally got them all, but Patty partied last night. She's bleary.
Patty's something else.
Patty is something else. Patty's one of a kind. I've had some of my big fish die lately. I'm looking at one of my Hoplo cats, and the other one died recently. I have no idea why. This one's fine, and the Oscar with them's fine. Not that old, 3 or 4 years.
I think I'm gonna need more silicone. Maybe I should have went with the great stuff.
Imagine that'll take quite a bit.
I mean, silicone holds extremely well. It's a great adhesive when you're using it on the correct products.
Right.
But man, it does take a lot.
Some of the reptile habitats I made that I put up on their end, it's for siliconed all the way around. It just sits in the top of the tank, and you just draw a bead around and lay it in there. But then when you set it up, it's, should be airtight, watertight. But I've planted things and had water in some of the bottom of them, and it holds. It's snowing outside. Ramir said no mosquitoes.
Yeah, I know for sure that pond style stuff would work really, really well.
Oh yeah.
Because I mean, it's literally made to hold waterfall rocks together.
Patty's got to go out and get coffee. We'll get the right tea, Patty, this time. Yeah, Joe reminded her too. I still have that pool, swimming pool pond thing that I started putting up and just got tired of fooling with it. It really takes 2 people, but I was making progress. I've got that for my paku that I haven't finished. It's in the bedroom, another bedroom. But I've got the rocks to go in it. I've got the bags of rocks in the back of my truck. I've been hauling them around. And I got the spillway from this return filters to go on it. Just need to get it together and fill it up. Joe said,
Yeah, Joe says George tried to tell me, but hey, George or Joe, I just have to do the same thing he does to me. There's things I try to tell him, but oh no, George knows best.
Right.
So this time, Anthony knows best.
Right.
I'm just kidding. No, I just really, really want to try to not use the foam because I don't want it showing through the cracks. I really do not want it showing through the cracks.
I don't know. I guess there's paint it's safe. I'm sure there is that you could paint that stuff, but still. Or paint it different colors. I don't know. I would make that a real hard project if it were me. George is there. He said, don't do it.
I love messing around with George. George is pretty awesome dude.
Yeah, he's a lot of fun, that's for sure. It takes two to make a thing go right. It takes two to make it out of sight. That's true. Can't remember who that is though. Who that song is?
Isn't that Tina?
Probably. Yeah. Yeah.
I could be wrong. I'm not that great with artists and which songs are theirs.
Joe said you could put silicone on and sprinkle sand on top. You won't see the foam. There's a plan.
Yeah, could do that. We'll see how this goes, and if it fails, can always go a different route. Silicone's not that hard to clean up on glass.
Bob Bass and DJ Easy Rock.
Ah, yeah.
George, are you implying that Anthony would be a problem? Or he said he wants to start a new tank without any problems. I don't know what he means. I do know. Trying to stir it a little. So keep Anthony out of it, right?
George says I don't know anything.
This is pretty cool. I might start doing my streams from bed. It would be a novelty. That's what. No, it wouldn't. Remember,
Just be careful for falling asleep and showing your boxers.
yeah, God forbid. I've got my robe over me just in case I didn't forget. I might throw something over here. Nathan used to do that, stream all the time from bed. Of course, he was sick. It was medical, but he had some great streams.
Do you still have some of those convicts?
I still have one big male, and he killed the others. That's why I just have him. Every now and then I think about getting some females and see if he'll pair up with one, but he's huge. He's huge, and he's got big long streamers, and but he's not huge. He's a big convict, 4 or 5 inches.
Big for a convict?
Yeah, he's big. He's the big boss, and he's got the streamers. He's got a tunnel dug under a big flat rock in the bottom of the tank he's in, and he goes under that rock. Like when I feed him, he runs under there, but then he comes right back out. He tries to act like he's afraid. He's in a 10-gallon tank, if you can believe that, with a heater, a light, and plants and gravel, big rocks, and nothing else. He's in a Lucas Bretz tank. No filtration other than plants, no aeration other than
How
plants.
cold would your tanks get in your house, Bob, if you didn't have heaters in them?
I use it like right now. I've got it set on 70 because I was hot earlier doing water changes. And like the ones that I've got tanks that don't have heaters, like the axolotls don't, and they usually run about 68, 69. But I've got them sitting down like a foot off the floor. And then I've got some goldfish. They usually run about 69 to 70. What else? I've got some barbs, about the same. It just depends on where they're at.
All right.
So probably 70, 71. Like normal eye level. I couldn't do that though. You know that with the salt water. I couldn't do that for those big cichlids.
Trying to find rocks to put in certain places.
Psycho, not psycho. We're just looking for some psycho bacteria. How could anyone fall asleep on their own live stream, Terry asked. I know, right?
Who did?
Terry.
I do, Terry, or I used to. You know, it was just a thing of, man, it was so much fun hanging out with people, and I'd get so exhausted, but I didn't want to stop.
Oh my God. One time, Anthony, you told me, and I laughed my ass off as far as I remember. You said, I said, you were just like asleep or something, and you had a stream going. And I'm like, Anthony, I'm talking to you here you finally saw it. I'm talking to you in the chat. And you said, if you want to talk, come up on the panel. I'm like, screw that. Oh, it was so funny. You want to talk, come up here.
Such good times in those late nighters.
Yeah, yeah. Things change. Times change. Patty remembers you keep the stream running. I was aggravated with you, kind of, because I had been asking you, talking about something and then asking you a question, and you hadn't seen none of it. I'm trying to.
Sorry, Bob.
Oh, it was at the big time, because I was just talking like I am now, and then after like 5 minutes, I'm like, I'm talking to you. Like, you didn't even try to read it either. Come up here.
I got to a point on those streams where I was just trying to keep up with the people on the panel.
That's yeah. I mean, to do that sometimes. Who doesn't fall asleep in your stream at Cherry's? Yeah. Sandy said those were good times. We never did have anybody call their stream outright, I guess. Somebody was up with Cherry and he fell asleep and they ran his stream for 3 hours. I don't know who that was. I don't know.
Better if you fall asleep in your stream than other people falling asleep in your stream.
Oh my God, Doug Gray just sent me a video, and I bet you it's Elvis related. He thinks that's all that I do is Elvis stuff. It's funny.
Doug's a cool cat.
He is. He teases me about Elvis and about the babes at Walmart, because I used to do those live streams at the door at the Walmart parking lots. Those were fun. Narrate them and not being mean or talking about people, just innuendos and stuff. People liked them. And I talked to him about middle-age crisis, his red car, his dad jokes. I teased him about his dad jokes in the comments, and people get offended sometimes and take up for him. I'm like, we're just kidding. Chill out.
People take offense to too much.
Yeah. Fish keeping Jamaica. Anthony, what up?
What up, Raleigh? Man, it's been a while.
It has been a while. I think you ought to have a stream, Anthony, and just fall asleep just for the fun of it.
Oh, man. Do you do TikTok, Bob?
Yeah, oh, yeah.
I don't get it. I'll be scrolling through, and then there's live streams literally of people sleeping.
Yep. Oh,
I don't get it.
There's all kinds of stuff on TikTok. That's another reason I'm not on YouTube as much. I love my TikTok. I have to look at it at least once a day.
I'm usually on it multiple times a day, unfortunately.
When are you going to load some new content on your ASMR channel at Kaler's? I've listened to these ones too many times already. What? My ASMR channel. Okay. Next time I go to sleep. I don't
What's an
think I've been
ASMR channel?
ASMR. That's the noises or the whatever that do those whatever. You don't know what ASMR is? You'll have to Google it. People have big channels off that ASMR. TikTok has a lot of them where they make like the clicking noises and get on the microphone breathing and
Oh, okay, yeah, I've seen
yeah,
those.
yeah. I don't know. There's a big long some scientific terms that ASMR means. Something got the birds excited. Birds outside, I guess. They look out the windows all day. No, it's dark. I guess it's not birds outside. What time does it get dark there, Anthony?
Right around 5 o'clock, it starts to get dark.
Which is 9 o'clock here. Okay. It's 6 here and it's dark.
Yeah, by 6 o'clock, it's pretty dark outside.
Patty getting down the rabbit hole. She's glad she stopped the TikTok. I love TikTok.
Yeah, there's just a lot of things on TikTok I don't understand, like when they do their hashtags. I
Yeah,
think I'm getting old, Bob.
tell me. I put some of my reptile, especially and occasionally some fish on there. I've got some content on there. It seems to
Yeah,
do.
I come across your stuff sometimes.
It does better than oh crap! I can't even remember the name of the platforms. What's the other one? I know there's a bunch of them, but I don't know. There's another one that I was doing quite a bit on, and then I found TikTok one day, and I thought this is so much fun. I started sending them there. You have so much stuff you can add music and stuff too to TikTok stuff. Then what is the other one? It's real common, very popular.
Snapchat?
No, not that one.
You're talking to somebody who might look a little bit young, Bob, but it's like pretty darn old at heart.
Well, you probably have it. I could look here at my phone, but I won't. Somebody will say what it is in a minute. Something Graham. Okay, that's awful. I can't
Oh, Instagram?
Instagram. Jesus. Talk about old.
Yeah, I got that one, but I don't I almost never look at it.
No, not MySpace. I got rid of my MySpace.
Now that's old.
Yeah, that's old. I got rid of that. That's why he said it. Joe said MySpace.
No, that's
Yeah,
some old stuff.
Instagram I still like. Ed tears Instagram up. He's got some really good short vids.
Yeah, I just kind of cut Instagram out because I have enough social media going on.
Right.
And, most people don't realize it, and it's not the same for everyone, but social media can be pretty darn toxic.
Oh, yeah.
I've lost my phone before, and the week I was without it was pretty darn nice.
I was real sick. Well, not real sick. I was still able to go to volunteer, but I just didn't feel like being on. I didn't feel like streaming, that's for sure, for a couple of weeks. And it was kind of nice to be away from, not that we have so much right now in the fish film, but it was nice to be away from the drama and the attitudes and stuff like that. You know.
Especially when everything was going on. Some
Yeah.
weird stuff.
Yeah. Oh, I must have missed something then. Good. Good.
And there was just a brief period where it was kind of like some, whoa, what's going on?
Yeah. Have TikTok and Instagram. My Instagram is George wants it to is DBD_reptiles.
George, go ahead and post your Instagram up there if you want, man. Make sure everyone here is following it.
Oh, I must be lurking. Lurking. I must be lagging. He did post it.
Oh, you did? Okay.
Yeah. But I think he might have did it after you said that because it popped up. I must be behind a little bit. And TikTok is just aqua and then hyphen and balls. Terry said drama. There's no drama on social media. No. The drama I can abide by, but the outright meanness and attacks and that's just so. Nobody wants that shit on it. Excuse me, on any platform. But people be people.
Yeah.
Next time you stream, I'm gonna give you a good cussing, Anthony. you know better, right? I can't say that to a lot of people, but Anthony, I can get away with saying that. He knows I ain't right. Jerry, you said something a while ago that I meant to say. Oh, Terry said, good thing I never have any drinks during a stream, right? Right.
Yeah, never.
That is a good thing.
I miss the old school streams with Jesse getting a little tipsy and telling us how much he loves us all.
Yes. I miss when, oh gosh. I can't remember anything. Jeshua and Granny and the guy's name that I know oh so well. He moved to Texas to take care of his grandfather. Derek. Remember those streams were small but so much fun. Jeshua and Granny, yeah. Derek.
I saw Derek a few months ago on some streams.
Yeah, I saw him
Still seems to be around.
I don't know if it was that long ago or not. He was in one of Pam's, I don't know, 2 or 3 months ago. Somebody just told me nice balls, bro. I'm hoping it's one of my snake videos. That's right before I'll F you up stage. This is the sweetest little girl. There were 3 pugs. She's a pug chihuahuas that we got at the art. And I called dibs on her the first second I saw her. Just kidding, but then I just really had to have her. Because 3 dogs isn't enough. Do you still have a cat, Anthony?
Yeah, my daughter's cat.
Yeah.
He's a tripod cat.
Yeah. I had one come back that had lived at the Ark for a few years. I had her as a kitten, and she bonded with an old cat we had there, and he finally died. He was 19 of cancer and diabetes and stuff. And when she figured out he wasn't there anymore, I decided to adopt her back. So that made me 5 cats. But a couple of my cats are super old, so it won't be 5 for a long time.
what's going on? Why isn't my laptop charging? Oh, that unplugged. Plug it back in. Gonna die. There we go.
There's Yazzie. There's Princess. Missing a dog. Oh. How many people are in here? You and me?
Yeah, looks like it. It says we got 8 people watching. Terry, come up here.
Yeah, come up, Jerry, and I'll come down
Is he gotta go down?
to the chat. Joe's still here. Joe's got our back. George, I see you on TikTok a lot, but you have your comments turned off. Or you used to. I was trying to think. I knew there was something about you. He has some good content on there. His frogs and stuff.
Yeah, you see, this is why I didn't want to use the foam and why I wanted to use silicone, because trying to take the time to find the rocks that I really want to put in these places is taking some time.
Well, yeah, but it'll look good. You'll be happy with it when you get it finished. Happy.
Yeah, I sure hope so. As long as I finish it today, I'll be happy. I just really want to finish it today. That way I could get it going.
Yeah, it's just the middle of the afternoon there. It's 6 here. So you've got lots of
There
time.
we go. That's not a bad rock I can use.
Push the rock back. Gary said he doesn't have anything to say. He's been talking the whole damn time. We'll go up there and I'll ask you some questions. When are you going to come back, Terry, by the way, and do this some more of that series we talked about?
And how's your eel doing? I haven't seen it in a while. But although I haven't been watching in a while, for all I know, you could be showing it off every day.
You're talking to him, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I had a zebra eel? And it jumped. The darn thing jumped.
I'm wanting a, let's see, I have the black knife fish. What's the other one? Well, there's a lot of them, but the one that has the spots and they get
The
like
ghost knife?
Ghost
Oh,
knife.
clown knife.
Clown knife. That's what I'm wanting.
Yeah, but those get so darn massive. That was the first fish I've ever rescued and rehomed.
Really?
It was a 2-foot fish that somebody supposedly dropped off in a 5-gallon bucket at a Petco that was just extremely dirty water, so you couldn't even see the fish. And ran out the door. So they had it in that, you know how they have that planted little tiered tank that's divided into little sections?
Yeah.
They didn't have anywhere to put it that it wouldn't eat all the other fish, so they had to put it there. I brought it home, put it in a 40 breeder, and it made that tank look super duper tiny. But I rehomed it in like 6 days to somebody that had like a 600 gallon or something like that. I just didn't think anybody with a actual monster tank would go in there. But I would love those. The way they swim is so cool.
Yeah.
They're such cool fish.
I could have one in my 180, but I really need to get those pacu out of there first. Get them out crowded. Terry said he found the eel dead in the floor.
Oh no, man, that sucks.
George is giving us more and Joe Mortal Kombat codes. Okay. No, we had a one night we didn't have a guest, so we're trying like half the time to have guests on the Tennessee Fish Mafia show. But one night we didn't, and I had to come up with a theme, and it was why do my fish die? So that was all kinds of things. So we went into a discussion, and Terry came up on the panel then, and he kind of put it into an outline form, and we started going through and talking about it, and we realized we had enough content there for a series, 2 or 3 more shows. So that's what I was asking him about. Hey, Adele. Adele's already raising hell. She came in hollering, hello.
Hey Adele, how you doing?
He has the notes. All right, well, when are we going to do the part 2? We don't have a guest tomorrow night, Terry. If you're free. Hey, Adele. Again. Sandy says hi to George. It used to aggravate me that people would read the chat like when they would stream. And then the first time I tried to do water changes and keep up that they didn't talk, I'm like, well, why don't they talk? Adele's doing good. How's everyone? Adele, if I was any better, I'd be you. I think that's what they say. No, George, absolutely not. It's a whole different species. He said, can he use saltwater bacteria to cycle a freshwater tank?
Oh yeah, no.
Even the brackish water tank is a different bacteria.
Yeah, and that's what I'm waiting for. So we have live bacteria for saltwater, and we have live bacteria for freshwater, but we don't have live bacteria for brackish, as far as I'm aware.
You don't personally?
No, I'm saying like on the market, we got like Fritz and Dr. Tim's and all that stuff.
I've got a whole tank of it over here with my mud skippers.
Right here we go. Hey, Terry, how you doing?
Hey, finally.
That's a very interesting question. But wouldn't it just be a combination of maybe both?
No,
it's not. It's a whole different species of bacteria.
It's just like
pretty darn interesting.
How do we know it?
Yeah.
Well, I suppose I don't absolutely know, but you can't
because what's going to
cycle
happen
it that way.
You're going to have bacteria that can tolerate a certain salinity level, and then you're going to have bacteria that'll tolerate an even higher, and there'll be overlap in that. Yeah, that's just wow.
It doesn't work. I know it seems like it would work that way, but when I started doing salt, I don't know, not long ago, 4 or 5 years ago, people were adamant. Well, my fish store people, they were adamant. No, you can't do that. And I tried, and I couldn't. And then they were pissed because I killed the saltwater bacteria that they gave me trying to do that.
I mean, if you get down to it, you could technically cycle a saltwater tank with freshwater bacteria, but all it's doing is creating an ammonia source because all the bacteria dies,
Right.
starting that growth with the saltwater bacteria.
Eventually, it's just all going to sort itself out. I think Anthony and I are on the same agreement. Just let it go, and eventually you'll have the bacteria you need to have.
Yeah. But I mean, you could do that with no starter bacteria at all, you know?
Oh yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And,
Well,
and
yeah.
that's what you're basically doing by adding like a freshwater bacteria to a marine
Yeah.
setup or vice versa.
Right.
But see, here's the other thing though, is when you're talking brackish water environments, they're so highly variable that, you know, when you think of those kind of environments, number one, they're tidal. You know, as the ocean water is coming in, where it's mixing with the fresh water, you're going to get more salt during high tide, and then you're going to get more fresh during low tide. And it's such a variable environment that, you know, there's a lot of rules, I guess, that just don't apply.
Brackish is actually exactly what you said, Terry, but brackish has a spectrum just like saltwater does. And brackish is actually that spectrum is actually smaller than saltwater. I was very surprised to find that out because I killed some brackish things thinking I could make it saltier for them or let it go saltier. And so, but exactly what you said, there's a variability there. And like my brackish, my mud skippers, I top them off pretty much most of the time instead of doing an actual water change. Mud skippers are very forgiving of nasty water. Not that it's nasty, but they're just very forgiving of parameters. So I usually put
Yeah,
like
they
5
are.
gallons. Yeah. Well, you know, Anthony. So I just usually put like 5 gallons of fresh water in there. So you're right. The salinity is way up and down on them. But what George is asking, no, you can't, George. You can't just take some salt water and cycle a tank with it like an instant or 2 day cycle. Eventually, maybe in 6 months or 4 months, you could, but just get some from the LFS or Anthony.
Yeah, what's he trying to cycle?
Let me
The
go back.
saltwater
Let me go look.
or brackish?
Personally, I just do a combination of both and see what survives.
There's a project.
But then again, you know, I'm not a molecular biologist that's going to be able to pull out, okay, this bacteria is a different species than that bacteria. You know, you need a guy like Dr. Tim that knows how to identify all these different types of bacteria. You know, a typical hobbyist isn't going to be able to do that.
No. He says, can I use saltwater bacteria to cycle a tank, freshwater tank?
Just like Anthony said, the bacteria will probably die, but it'll provide an ammonia source for the freshwater bacteria.
Yeah, it'll die instantly in the salt water.
You can use anything to cycle a freshwater tank.
Sure.
You can stick old socks in a tank, and it'll provide some kind of food for.
Yeah. I did that. I did that before when I was a kid.
Really?
Oh yeah.
I honestly just brought that up as a joke, but you did that.
I actually did it.
No, you could. I mean, it's literally anything.
It was
old gym socks.
An old lady at Woolworths where I got my fish back then. No, it was an old church sock, like those old band lawn stretchy calf thing. And I was so glad it got a hole in it, and I used it because a lady at Woolworths, an old lady that kept the fish, told me that.
Patty actually brought up one of my favorite ways to start a new tank. Just throw crap from another tank in there. It'll be fine.
Sure. Some of the gravel plants, ornament rock, anything.
Squeeze
a filter sponge, do whatever.
That's a real easy way.
The only thing I do like to warn people about, because, there's a lot of, instant cycle this, instant cycle. Number one, I have never ever heard of that working for saltwater. It just doesn't. The bacteria does not grow the same. It's not as rapid growth, so it doesn't work that way.
No, go ahead.
But also, even with fresh water, some people think, oh, throw a sponge filter in a sump or in another tank, and then they want to stock that starter tank heavily.
No.
It doesn't work that way. You got to still start it off slower. Then
And
it could
grow
be
it.
an instant cycle.
You got to grow the right bacteria.
I don't talk about the cycle very much, and I don't put a whole lot into it. And please do not take this as an insult to anybody that's listening or whatever, but I think it's a newbie. If you're new to the hobby, it's a topic that you're going to talk about a lot. But if you notice, if you get a bunch of fish keepers that have been in the hobby for a real long time, the subject of cycling a tank and bacteria levels never comes up. And because we don't worry about it anymore. And here is, in my mind, this is the way I look at it. Okay. Your bacteria levels are always in a state of flux. They're always in a state of, okay, if you have an ammonia source that winds up in now keep in mind, I'm talking established tanks, not a brand new tank, not sterile water. I'm talking in an established tank. You're going to have a constant flux of different populations of different bacteria. So when you do have that ammonia spike, then you're going to have an explosion of bacteria that will metabolize ammonia, and so on and so forth. Those populations are constantly in flux. When you're starting and cycling a brand new tank, the first bacteria that's going to show up are ammonia eaters, or that's the easy way to say it. They eat ammonia. They metabolize ammonia, and then they cause something else. Those populations go up, but then once they run out of ammonia, they're going to crash, and they're going to crash hard. So then ammonia builds up again, and those levels are going to go back up again. Every tank has got an entire flux of bacteria going on in it at any given time, depending on what the food sources are and the availability to live. So, I am a proponent of fish in cycles. I'm not saying take a tank and just load it up as a show tank on the second day. That's not what I'm saying. But if you take your time, it doesn't matter if you're using bacteria in a bottle, if you're not using anything, as long as you keep the water clean enough to where your fish are healthy, all those bacteria levels will eventually make it into your tank magically. I don't have an answer how they make it there, but they do. And
well, it's kind of like you feed like isopods or something enough food, and they're going to grow to the population. They're going to grow, so it's kind of the same thing.
Just like
your ammonia eaters are gonna eat and breed and all that good stuff. So although I don't know if they technically breed or if they kind of divide like a molecule type of thing, but yeah.
It's just one of those things.
That's cool. I like to think of it as magic.
They live in families.
The thing that gets me is really new hobbyists, here's the thing about a new hobbyist. They number one, don't know anything about the bacteria in a tank. And they have a bunch of problems because they don't know that chlorine kills fish, and they don't know that your tank's got a cycle and it's going to go through this stuff. So when they're having problems, you'll never hear a hobbyist talk about the cycle unless they're having problems. And then that subject comes up, and it's always the new hobbyist that puts so much precedent in the tank. And it's simply because they're focused on that and they think that's what it takes to maintain a tank, when in fact you talk to people that have been in the hobby for years and years and years. We all understand that eventually your tank is going to find a balance, and just forget about it. It's gonna work out. You just got to give it time.
Hey, Bruiser, how's it going?
Oh, hey, Bruiser. I am behind a little bit.
No, he just popped up.
Oh, okay. I was up reading the chat. George
Although I
said,
am in StreamYard, so
And
I'm
Bob,
behind.
to answer Bob's question earlier, I have all these notes, and I would love to get into those kind of discussions, but I'm going to have to make either myself more available or you guys more available to me so we can chat off of, outside of the streams and, discuss a kind of a format and how we're going to do it and talk about it.
I do private streams all the time, or unlisted streams all the time, especially with new YouTubers, to test out StreamYard and stuff. So that's fine.
It's just, there was so much brought up during that stream
Right.
that, to put it, there's no way you can put it all into one stream. So we're just going to have to get everybody involved on an agreement. Okay, we're going to tackle this topic this time.
Yeah.
And then here's the other topics we're going to do.
Yeah.
It's kind of like trying to talk about the cycle. I mean, there's just so much involved in that.
Right. Well, I can set it up. When's a good time for you? It seems like with the group that we have, part of the reptiles group is about half of the Tennessee Fish Mafia people. And when we've been having the reptile meetings, when we have them there on Tuesday night, like at 7:30 or 8, Susie Q goes to bed early. So if she says she can do a half an hour or an hour, she's out of there then. Because she gets up at 4. She's got to go. But that's a good night, I know, for several of them. And unless I have a board meeting at the Ark, Tuesday night's a good time for me.
I do believe Susie Q has my email, so you guys can discuss it.
Okay. And Pam's usually rolling out of bed about that time. Literally. I love Pam.
God bless her soul, man.
Yeah, she'll come on my 6 o'clock stream and say, I'm not putting my camera on. I just woke up and the coffee's going. Hey, whatever. It's nice to be able to do what you want to do. I can tell you that. Yep. Have you ever bred discus, Terry, George?
Yeah, I saw George ask that question, and George, it's never been on my radar to do so. I have 3 discus right now, and one of them's not doing so good. And I have my doubts about the other one because I have a dominant discus that is just a jerk. I mean, he is just intolerant of other discus. I can't explain it. You think discus are just this mild-mannered fish, but
they're not.
This discus
I was just waiting for you to finish.
God, he hates it. I try to put another discus with him, and he's just instantly. That's his go-to.
George Bryan.
And I say his, but I don't even know what sex it is. So, no, it's never been on my radar to do so, to breed discus. They seem like kind of a pain, and most of the breeding I've done, I try to keep something that I can breed, in mass, and it's easy for me, and it doesn't cost me a lot of money to do it.
Yeah, I was just gonna say I was waiting for you to finish that. Discus look like fish that couldn't hurt anything, like they always say, oh, wouldn't hurt a fly or whatever. But they could be real a-holes, man.
Yo, dude,
They are a
can be,
cichlid after
man.
all, right?
Yep.
He's eyeballing me right now, man. And he's just, the reason I bought him is he was the most energetic discus out of the tank of discus. And I was like, oh, I want that one. Yeah. Don't get the most energetic one because he's a dick.
Yeah. He's energetic for a reason, trying to make sure that nobody's in his space.
Pretty much. And he's in a 4-foot long tank. I mean, how much more space can he want?
This is just personality.
I think to breed them, I don't know. You either get an established pair or buy like 10 and then see if 2 pair off. That's the only way I can think about it. And I'll be back in a bit. I got something I got to check on.
Sounds good.
Patty said that Petrol Man breeds discus. And angels are not any better. No, I'm still waiting for mine to start pairing off George the blues and my redbacks and my kois. I had that one spawn with the koi, and that was it. They didn't hatch.
Oh no, I'm almost out of silicone.
Oh,
Looks like
George
I'm gonna have
said
to go pick up another tube eventually here.
George said that he lost his 8 red angelfish.
What are my dogs barking about?
That's your dog?
Yeah, they're going kind of crazy right now. Probably the male person.
I forgot you had dogs.
Yeah, I got some crazies.
Well, of course, George, you can breed anything. When he comes back, I am going to go down, though. I'm halfway off the bed, literally. From the waist down. From the waist down, like sitting in a chair. I started to get up, and then I didn't.
Well, I think I finally found out why my dogs like to jump over their barricade that I have for them. I don't think they like when the mailman comes.
Yeah, for somebody. With the little dog barking? Oh. Bless her. So sweet.
They're going pretty nuts.
I had never heard this little dog bark. She hadn't been at the yard for about a week. She did yesterday. She's got a pug bark. Thank goodness. Not another chihuahua bark in here. Bob, I wish you'd get a pair of Avatar Angels from me. All right. I'll get them. I'll get with you in
Is that George?
Yeah. He told me that before, and I forgot. I've been wanting to get some angels breeding, especially the redbacks. I love those.
His avatars look really good.
Yeah. They're gorgeous.
Nice and healthy, but they're a George fish, so what do you expect?
To think where I'm going to put them, George. I'll get it figured out. There's got to be a tank somewhere. Actually, I've got 40
poor George. Because I used to breed angelfish quite a bit. You know, when you breed any fish, there's usually a group of people that'll get together, and they're like the snobs of that particular whatever.
Mhm.
And I bred angels for a really 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 long time, and I'm a member of some of those groups, you could say, and they actually got on the subject of Avatar, and George would not like to George would not like what the uh, intelligence is that's a word, right? The
Yeah.
intelligence would you would not have liked the comments of people that use Avatar as an angel phenotype. They would not like it at all.
Oh, I've got a 20-gallon. I was about to break down, George.
Angels in angels, you're gonna want a 20 high, not a 20 long.
Yeah, this is a 20 long. Actually, I've got a 29 long over there with no fish at all in it, just plants and snails.
A 29 long. What's a
A
29?
29 tall.
No.
I'm old, Terry, and half asleep.
A 29 is a 29. There's not a
Right.
yeah. A 29 is a 29.
It'd be a 33 missing 4 gallons. That's what it would be. Yeah, I've got a 29 sitting right there. And I've got a 40 below it.
A 29, if I'm not mistaken, a 29 is
A 29 is a 20 long but higher.
long, only taller. Yeah.
Right.
Yep.
Yeah, with an upstairs. I have 3 tanks with no fish in them right now.
Yeah, a 29 is what I would say would be the best starter tank for a beginner. It gives the volume, and I think it's a really decent size. And of course, it's a personal opinion. Everyone has their preferred size that they'd say would be great for a beginner, but I really like the 29 for a community tank.
I do too.
Can I correct George on something real quick?
I don't know. Can you?
Yeah, George said, "Tell everyone to ask Dan's Fish about them, buddy. I have not named them. You got it wrong. I didn't say what I thought, George. Number one, George, I love you to death. And number two, I'm just telling you what the other people said. I didn't say what I had to say on the subject. I mean, if you buy something that's called such and such, doesn't matter what the name is, but you buy it as such and such, and you pass it along as such and such, that's what you bought it as. Okay,
he's coming up.
All I'm saying is what other people say.
I like to know what they're saying, buddy. I have answers for your questions, so don't worry. I'm sure they are wrong. Not everybody's right. Give me just 1 second. Let me turn my water on.
I'm going down into chat, guys.
Thanks for coming up, Bob.
I can explain to you one thing. This is how I got those guys. I got them from Dan's Fish. And if you go to his website and look them up, and they are the same fish that I have, they called blue avatars. Now, Dan's Fish had green avatars. They were a lot cheaper. He had avatars that were mixed with, what are those called? Zombie-looking ones. What do you call them? They're not turkey green. What do you call those? I had one of them before. There was a name for those guys. So they're mixed. The mixed ones, they were going way cheaper, like $25, $30. But the blue avatars, the pure ones, he sold them to me $45 each one. I know Dan's Fish is a lot more now. He sells a lot more than anybody else. But those guys, Terry, they breed pure, bro. They don't have like million other colors in them. They all come up like, you know how the Filipino blues, they all breed Filipino blues.
What you're trying to say is the strain is set.
Yes. And I bought it as blue avatars, and I bred them, and I get everything the same. I send it to a bunch of people. They all look exactly the same. brothers
I
and
got
sisters.
no problem with that, George, at all. I really don't. I have no problem with that at all.
Now, when somebody worked on that line for many years, whoever did a good job, and they're beautiful. You don't have, I mean, if you want to buy a pair, I'll sell you a pair too, buddy. I got a bunch of them. I should show them to you.
No, I'm not going to breed angels ever again, I don't think.
Oh, I showed them earlier. Look here, take them out. Look at the angels right there. All 5 red devils I just bought, they all died.
The what I find fascinating about it, George, and like I said, you know, you take it as you buy something as this and you sell it as that. That's perfectly fine. I got no problem with it. The reason that I even found the whole conversation interesting is because you know me. I like to break things down to its lowest level. And the basic conversation was, what are they actually as a phenotype? Or is there a phenotype called avatar? And did that make any sense? Do you know what I'm talking about there? Like what makes the trait? What is it special about an avatar that makes it an avatar? And that's basically the way the conversation got started.
So what's making this guy's avatar? You know how the movie Avatar has the character has 2 different blues on it? There's like a light blue and a whitish blue, like a what do you call it? Like a navy blue. Like you see it. You know what I'm talking about? The Avatar actual movie.
Okay.
These guys have 2 different blues on them. So their body's different blue, like almost light blue, and their head, you know how some angels got that red? These guys, all of them. That's why I'm telling you, they're not different. They're not throwing this, that. No, they're all the same exact thing. They all have that blue head. Let me show you really quick. Anthony, let's show him really quick what I'm talking about. I'm gonna turn lights on.
Let me pop you up.
So, but basically the conversation
Patty.
went down to it was a really cool name that somebody came up with to sell. It's kind of like guppies, you know. You come up with a name and the name sells really well, but it has absolutely nothing to do with the genetic makeup of the fish.
Oh, here, check it out, buddy. You see how their body and look at their heads? They got different blue. Are you looking?
Yeah.
That is what's making these guys avatars. It's just 2 different blues in there. Like, I mean, I can't show them any better than this. Here's a solid silver looking one. That's a male. And I'll show you my females. That's a female. That's another female. That's a nice, healthy female, which I would send you one or Bob. I would keep that. Those are females. That's a male. Let me see. Yeah, that's a big male. This is not an avatar. Look at that guy. He's the only non-avatar, and I just put these guys in there too. You know, those are my marbles.
Yeah, those fish definitely look better in person. They don't look bad on the stream, but they definitely look better in person.
Oh, I'm sure they do. Especially when you start getting into like the metallic sheen type pigments that come across in fish, cameras do not do them justice at all.
Yeah, they really don't.
There's like this one really looking good, and this 2 looks really fantastic. They all look good, but do you see? I have a bunch of pairs. I have like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's actually an avatar. This is not an avatar right here. There's 1, 2.
So
that one looks really nice.
And please, George, first of all, please don't take my comments as like it's a personal attack, because it's not.
No, look.
You definitely know I like you and I love what you're doing, and you can call your fish whatever you want.
I just don't like discrediting something or somebody that I don't know anything about. I'm sorry, Terry, but I don't care who said what. I would
How do
tell
you?
them.
First of all, see, here's the thing. Okay, you're bringing emotion into an honest to God question about genetics, and please keep in mind that this conversation was not a personal attack against anybody. It was an honest to God conversation about genetics.
So
Okay.
what? This is what. Let me explain what's in my mind. I cannot discredit the person worked for years to make this strain in front of me. You have to see it to believe it. You have to have it in your hand to believe it. I can't tell you if they are avatars or not. Like those marbles you saw. I can call them tangerine marbles. They have a nice orange head, but their babies not all look the same, buddy. The babies look some white, some black. If they were all look the same, I could have named it. I understand what you're coming from too. I know you're not attacking me, bro, but I can't discredit whoever sold it to me. I can't say to him, hey, these are not avatars just because you call them avatars. I
Oh
understand that
no,
too.
and believe me, I did not say those were not avatars. Like I totally 100% agree with you that you bought them as avatars. The strain is set. Okay, so you're mostly getting ones that you're going to that represent that strain. I 100%
It's actually
agree
not
with you.
mostly, it's all of every one of them.
And here's the thing that it gets down to what happens when an animal or a pet becomes domesticated. All these other names come up, and the basic basis of the conversation, and I'm not saying you, George, is that other people are coming up, and the avatar name, if you look on Aquabid and other places, you'll see the avatar attached to angelfish. And
Mhm.
if you honest to God look at the fish, you start to look at, well, that's an entirely different phenotype, that
Yeah.
it's expressing entirely different genes than this other avatar,
Mhm.
that but the avatar is just a popular name. And the basis of the conversation was, it's kind of nice among breeders anyways to have a genetic basis of what you're talking about and just break it down to what it is, and that popular names, people will take advantage of those popular names to sell fish.
Absolutely, I understand that.
Yeah, and it gets convoluted when it's a name. It's just like guppies. Um, Somebody can come up with that. They can make a strain of guppies and say that strain is 60% set. Okay, meaning 60% are going to work, but then there's 40% that don't. And that person buys a guppy with this really fancy name, and eventually that other 40% winds up in the market with the same name, even though that they don't produce the same outward effects as the other. And George, I get into some of the people I talk to. They're really into like the genetics portion of it, and they may not be so much people that sell to the hobby, but that's all it was. It was not a personal attack against you. It was not a personal attack against the
Look,
name. It's
between me and you,
practice. It was a lot of the practice in general.
if I wanted to make money out with those guys, I would have sold it back to the breeder that I bought it from. But no, I got it to share with the whoever wanted, and I did. You see, I actually didn't even charge near the person bought it knows
Oh,
close
I
to what
know.
Dan sold.
George, if I
I
live,
pretty much gave away stuff. Like literally, I gave who was it? Lady Diane, I think, and she bred it. And if she raises her babies, ask her how many of them look the same. She's gonna say all of them. Like I'm telling you, there is like no joke, Terry. These guys, they're so prolific. Like they're all breeding the same color. There's not like one look different than the other. That's how I'm saying. That's why I
George,
didn't want to mess up the name Avatar. I would have said, hey, Blue Angels, but what are they? Now, if I say Blue Angels, they don't look like Filipino. They're gonna be like, what are they? Well, I bought it as Avatar. I know them as Avatar. That's what I'm just saying. I know you're not against me. I know what people saying too, but I will tell them that. I mean, I mean, I don't know. Peace of mind. It doesn't matter to me anyway. It's not like I'm
George,
sitting
if
and
you
making
and
money
I,
on them.
George, if you and I lived closer together to each other, we'd be trading fish back and forth all the time, man. I guarantee you we would. I think you're great. I love what you do. I especially love looking at your fish room, and then you go outside, and I get to see what you could do if you lived in California, which I don't. Um,
I got a
I
nice
love
little
you to death,
backyard.
and I honestly think we're in agreement. It's just
Yeah.
it was a conversation just about marketability and
Yeah.
genetics and coming up how people come up with these names, and it's not
Thank
just angelfish.
Yeah,
It's
that's what I was about to tell you. That's what I have in my mind. I'm
right.
sorry to cut you off, but the same thing with the ball pythons that I have. There is so much crap I got from them. Why is this color? I thought this was this. Like, dude, I don't know. I bought them this way. They lied to me. They lied to me. Like so many people, not one. The guy sells me a male. He says it's a female. He just laid eggs. Oh my gosh, what kind of a male lays eggs? Next time I
Right.
saw him, I wanted to punch him in the face, but I'm like, dude, just let it go. Forget it. It's a fool. You just got fooled. You got fooled. It's your fault. It's your fault. You fell in the hole, right? I can't do nothing about it.
George, you and I both know buyer beware and credit, give credit to
I'm
your
done buying them.
source. Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm very certain that when you got your angels through Dan's Fish is probably one of the most reputable guys you're gonna deal with in this hobby. That guy
Yes.
stands by his product, and I get it. But
Hey,
there's also these other people that they're not so much worried about that. They just want to attach a name to something, and boom, there you go.
Dan would love to buy every one of the ones I made, by the way, but I can't ship it to him for cheap. So I can't make money on the fish. That's why I didn't want to sell it. I don't have a big shipping account. If I had a shipping account with UPS or FedEx or something, that would be great because it would be cheap on you to ship and you get the most money for your fish.
I like Craig Doniger says, just cut ties with bad sellers. And the thing is, though, and I'm sure George will agree, is usually once a name, a popular name that gets real popular and it gets really good prices, it's not just one person doing it. It's industry wide. All these people are going to attach that name because that name means nothing. It's a guy that came up and said, well, my fish look like this. I'm going to call them this. And I'm going to, my fish are cool. So I'm going to charge high prices. And then all these other people jump on the bandwagon and bam. And they have no proof to say, well, the original strain was this. At least in dogs, you have the AKC. You have a registry to say that where you can trace the genetics of your dog through the AKC because it's registered. But we don't have that in fish. So
Bob,
any name that gets attached to a popular strain is going to be taken advantage of, and how do you prove they're not? You know what I mean? And that's what a lot of the conversation was, George. It wasn't just, I wasn't trying to slam avatars. I wasn't trying to slam your angels. It was
the name. Yeah.
How do you, how do you prove that it's an avatar angel? What is the genetic breakup? And
now,
if you do have a genetic breakup of how that person produced that fish, then can't you just say it's this, this, and this?
Now, let me ask you something. Do you see what Bob has in his tank, the blue ones? What do they call them?
Which ones?
This one right there.
Oh, that angel. Those are a combination of Filipino blue, zebra, silver, and probably a couple other things. But
they are called
definitely
totally
say the three dominant. There, no, because
they saw that
that one's a zebra for sure. So it's got zebra.
So you see, but it's called Philippine blue. Every fish that has that blue on there, they're gonna call it Philippine blue. I hate this angel.
That's not true, George. Because they're all combinations. If you look at the basic genetics of angel
Terry, remember who gets the fish first? Not you, me. I am South Central LA. I get the first fish pick.
Wait a minute.
So
what?
My seller saying it's Philippine blue. I can't tell him it's not. I can't argue. But you know it's not. I'm not saying that you don't. It's not Filipino.
I'm not saying it's not Filipino blue. Filipino blue is like a pigment. Okay. It's a base color.
It's a strain. Yes. It's a blue strain. Yes.
You can have Filipino. No, it's not.
It's a co-dominant.
Filipino blue was originally a strain crossed with silver. Oh, okay, it was not crossed. I misspoke. All right. They start out, all angelfish are just silver angelfish.
Silver, yeah.
Okay. Petrophyllum, just your normal everyday angelfish. Started out silver. Then eventually some started appearing more bluish. That became Filipino blue. See, what you're misunderstanding is we're talking secondary colors. We're not talking primary colors. You can have Filipino blue. You can have the gene that causes Filipino blue mixed with other things. That's why you have blue marbles, for example. Okay, you can take a gold marble and you can introduce Filipino blue and wind up with a blue marble. Okay, it's a convoluted thing. You can't just say that fish that Bob showed is obviously zebra, which is another primary color. Okay, and Filipino blue and silver. So to discuss one particular fish, you're talking several different traits into one. Did that make sense?
But you see, that's only between me and you, bro. What you just said, the whole entire thing for half an hour. I understand you and I understand me. What I'm trying to explain to you, at the fish store, is sold as Filipino blue. That same strain all day long. I can show you about 10 stores. They are called Filipino blue. They don't call them something else.
Basically, what you just brought up is that's a problem with common names.
Yes. That same thing with the avatar. Somebody called them avatar, but it could be another base, blue base again. They worked on it and made those guys. Now they can't call it in the name. Just like in the ball python morph, there is two genetic, exact same thing. Do you know what they call them? Banana and coral glow. Bro, they're exact same thing.
George, what makes a koi angel a koi?
Oh. Well, the koi angel, it has to be, the silver. They have the blue, they have the black, they have the red, the orange. all the mixture. This, yeah, it's all the mixture makes them koi. Well, that's what the koi is.
If you base it, see, because it's non-regulated, so all these people have
Yeah.
kois
Just
and
call
they
it
know
koi.
it's
Yeah.
koi. But if you, honest to God, look up and really get into angelfish, you want to know what a koi angelfish is? A stripeless marble. And do you know what I mean by stripeless? You know the blushing? There's a gene in angelfish called blushing, meaning they're clear and you can see their gills.
Yeah.
That's also that the technical term for blushing is stripeless, and it's a gene that you can introduce into other things. A koi angelfish is a stripeless or blushing marble. Now, you won't see the blushing in some of the angels because melanin will cover the blushing trait, where the black actually covers the gill plate, so you won't see the blushing. That's kind of why we use the term stripeless. So if you see, there's not a whole lot of difference between a gold marble angel and a koi angel, except that they introduced the stripeless gene in there. So in genetic terms, a koi angelfish, what we call koi, when broken down genetically, is a stripeless gold marble.
I was saying earlier that these haven't ever spawned, and they are spawning right now.
Ooh, congrats.
See them spawning. Sorry.
That's so awesome, Bob. Take the eggs. Where are they spawning on?
On that wave maker on the back of it.
Why?
I'll have to turn it off.
Is it something you can move it out of there? Can I give you a little peace of mind what you can do with the angel eggs in case they are inside the community tank, and we don't even have to take the eggs out of the tank?
Yeah.
You can get cheap 99 cent from 99 cent a pitcher, water pitcher, put some holes on the bottom, and take whatever they are in, and the whole thing in the same water, put it in the pitcher and put like a bubble line. And then they will be inside. But the only thing you got to be careful, you can take without holes, you can just take the same water and put it in there. Now that's like, with the holes, it's kind of the same aquarium water circulating. Right. You got to be careful. When they hatch, they're going to come out of the holes. It's the same story.
Right.
You can do that with the discus, I figured out too. Not very practical, but you can do it. Hey, that is good topic we just speak about. It's not bad, but again, I look at it as a regular, just a common hobbyist. I don't look at it as like, I'm not professional breeder. Again, I got into this. I didn't start this genetics. I didn't make them.
I would honestly love to have you, me, and a couple of the other people that get kind of in depth with this hobby on a panel sometime and just talk about random topics. I respect you, George. I've seen your tanks.
Chewy.
You've done. I love.
Sorry, guys, had a call.
And I do like topics like this, and although I'm not breeding angels right now, trust me, I bred. There are probably, I don't know, estimated 20,000 angelfish out there that I have bred. I'm not a new guy when it comes to angelfish, but there are other issues in this hobby too. I mean, you and I could probably talk about angelfish genetics till we're, old guys. But you are exactly right. The common hobbyist, they just want to know what to call that fish.
Yeah.
And that's all they want to know. And it's the same with guppies. They just want to know what their guppy is called so they can call it something. When in fact, it's just a random group of genetics that produces this expression. It's like making a painting, It's
Exactly. Only the painter knows how it became that end piece, the art. You don't need to know. You just know the painter's job.
Yeah, but how people get it,
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we want to do the same thing. I understand, but when we are buying genetics and we're not going back to the beginning.
Honest to God, since we're looking, you can see what somebody would call a koi. You see what somebody would call a normal silver, even though I can tell right now it's not. And then you can see what you wanted to call just a Filipino blue. I mean, you can definitely call that a Filipino blue because it has Filipino blue in it.
Do you know how to take this morph right here backwards?
To what do you mean?
Listen. Let me explain again.
You know
how it took generations after generations to get to that blue point. Just like you said, you start from the silverfish to get to that point. Now, do you know how to get it backwards? You know how we went all the way here? Now we want to go back to the silver. Do you know how to do that?
Honest to God, you can just let them breed and keep selecting the ones that are just silver.
Well, they're all throwing blue in them. How can you select the silver out of the blue?
Eventually, it'll happen. If you're not careful on how you breed, eventually you'll wind up back to the wild morph. Because the wild trait was the dominant trait to start.
I got an easier way, bro. Don't have to go that way. It takes you 100 years just to go back again. Okay, just go get another silver sclera male and breed it to one of your females, and now you go back.
That's basically what I'm saying, but eventually it'll happen on its own. But if you're not careful, but yeah, if you introduce the wild trait into it, that's the dominant trait. It'll take over and take it back. I agree with you 100%.
Easiest way. So we know. I mean, if you want to piss people off, that's what you would do. But that's it. Your own business. Again, I don't do that stuff. I just get and keep the way it is. But again, I want to do that. I want to do that.
George,
then do it.
There is a practice in the guppy hobby. Okay, just like you said. All right, so you have this beautiful strain of guppies, right? But keeping guppies, they if they get impregnated, they'll have multiple generations of drops.
Not like that, laying eggs, yes.
Right. Where if I have a really cool set of guppies, I'll take all my females and breed them to something else and then sell them as trios. So they'll do 4, 5, 6, 7 drops of the sabotage spawn. So you raise your fry up and you're like, they don't even look anything like the parents, and that does happen.
Yeah.
They will purposely sabotage the females and then sell them.
That's not cool. I know what you mean.
No, it's not cool, but it happens.
At that point, you have to let like a good 9 months going of the fish just being alone in order to clear it out to be able to get it back to the males. But by the time you notice, you've already got how many clutches in 9 months,
Quick question. Can they sterilize them too? Because look, I bought a picking 3 female and 2 males. I have them together more than a month. I took 1 female out and put her in another tank so she can lay supposedly, but that one died, didn't make it. These 4 are still alive. Over a month, nothing. There's no baby, nothing.
I have experienced a very similar situation where I had a female that was obviously gravid, and she produced eggs that were completely clear. And I do not know how that happened, because usually if a female doesn't have sperm, she just simply reabsorbs those eggs and puts out the next packet of, and I do not know how that happened, but it did happen to me. And I wish it was back in a time, man, if it would have happened to me today, I'd have a camera right on it. She produced an entire clutch of eggs, because when a guppy has babies, there's an embryo in there. So when that all right, let's break this down. A guppy has eggs, but the eggs are within her, and then as she lets the eggs out, they burst. This particular female produced an entire clutch of eggs without embryos in them. And it was a very expensive strain, and I don't know how it happened. And she died like maybe a month after that clutch. And yeah, I have no explanation for it. All I know is, honest to God, I had her in a breeding trap. I had an entire bottom of clear round balls because they didn't pop because there was no embryo in there. I don't know how that happened. I do not know to this day how that happened.
Between me and you, our guppies here in our stores are all zero quality guppies. Even they come with male and female, they're all trash unless it's breeder brought in, and somebody like me and you bred it and took it in. And there is no fancy guppies. You will never find them.
No.
Like
that's already that's a given in the hobby.
It's not advantageous for a store to carry a fancy guppy.
It's not
specific
at all.
Strain. You're not getting people in these stores that are like us. They're getting people that want to get, oh, that's a nice guppy, and oh, that's a nice guppy, and oh, that's a nice guppy. Let's put them all together.
Anthony, what you brought up with when I did work for a short period of time in a pet store, and I ran the fish room. And I got yelled at because I was in charge of ordering fish. And I would order fish that I thought were totally freaking cool, man. I'd love to have this fish.
That's funny. That would be me.
I got yelled at. I got yelled at by the owner, and he goes, "Terry, we're not running a zoo." He goes, "Stop it now." Because those fish, no matter how cool they were, number one, they had expensive price tags attached to them. And they sat and sat and sat until somebody went, "Wow, this is really cool. I'm going to buy it." Whereas I could have filled the tank up with neons and sold it that weekend.
Yep. Give me 50 neons right now.
That's the big thing. A fish store would rather have 200 neons come in and be able to wipe that tank out in a week of going through all of them, selling them all, than to sell one fish for $100 or $200.
Yeah, it takes,
because they're going to make their money so much easier and faster with those neons than they are that more specialized fish, because there's just not enough of us people going into the stores to look for things like that.
Exactly. Where's my go-to for a cool fish? I'm going to go to George. George, I want some of your avatars because they're really cool. I'm not going to go into my local fish shop and go, "Hey, you got any of George's type avatars.
Yeah, that's
because
true.
they're not going to have them.
Now you gave me a peace of mind too, and I can't.
And
That's
George,
why you can't go to the store expecting to sell any fish. You have to
Yep.
see what they sell the most. So there's a specialty stores that we go. They get the African cichlids all the time, and everybody in the whole neighborhood knows that that is a specialty store. So you go to that guy and sell what you want to sell, and you go to another place and sell what you're gonna sell.
But even then, African cichlids were extremely popular, and they still are a little popular. Still are a little popular. They're not as popular as they were.
The newcomers
now the popularity is nano fish with nano tanks planted. That's what's popular right now.
Newcomers don't know that. The newcomers are going for the cichlids, the mambunas, and this other ones. They get a 40-gallon, 50-gallon. I mean, I've seen it. My friends, I have new friends. They go, "Oh, we like that chiclet. They call it chiclet." I'm like, "No chiclet, bro, cichlid."
I get you. But then when you got insight into the actual industry, you see it.
I know.
So I worked at the store Priscilla was working at, and you know how many people came in for Africans versus all the nano fish with planted tanks?
Yeah, like let's say, what I'm trying to say. Only 1% is millionaires, right?
From when I got together with Priscilla to where she quit working there, got shortened by 2/3. They stopped selling so many African cichlids, stopped ordering so many African cichlids because they weren't selling.
I know. Like he was just explaining right now. Like I was just saying, like you like Ferrari, but you can only drive, let's say, Honda Civic. I like Lamborghini, but I cannot only afford Toyota. I cannot go get a Toyota. The Toyota sells all the time, but the Lamborghini only sells one time. 1% of the people buy it. I understand what you're saying, bro.
The problem I had was, and I bred a shit ton of African cichlids. Believe me, I've got Lake Michigan water, which Lake Michigan is Lake Malawai, only colder. So my source water is basically Lake Malawai. Okay, a lot of limestone, dude, I bred African cichlids. I wouldn't believe I was breeding African cichlids. You want to know my two most popular African cichlids I bred? Libidio
Yellow Labs?
Yeah, Yellow Labs and Demasonite. You want to know why? Because they're instantly colored up. Instantly. You can have the coolest freaking Alunacara peacock. Okay? The coolest Alunacara out there. And you're trying to sell 1-inch gray fish. Mm-hmm. Nobody wants to buy a 1-inch gray fish. Okay? Give it up. Don't even, and you know, to grow them up to where they color up, then you got to constantly take out the dominant male. It's way entirely too much fucking work to make money at it. Just don't do it.
That is so true.
You know, just don't do it. It's not worth your effort. Trust me, because I've done it.
Hey, it's the same with the rainbow fish. It's almost the same with this, all of it. If you want to make money, if you're talking about money, just get CPDs. The store goes. The store just put every tank CPD and just breed CPD, and you'll be millionaire in about a half a month.
So the owner of the fish store Priscilla used to work at was a African cichlid breeder. He had his setup in his garage. But he even tore all of that down because African cichlids are nowhere near as popular as they once were. It's no longer advantageous to breed African cichlids.
See, I got in. You got to remember, I've been in this hobby since 1974, and I saw the influx of fish around the world because of the slimming down of air traffic. You know, when I first got into this hobby, your local fish shop was a lot more into dealing with a local hobbyist than they are today. Okay? Because shipping a live animal anywhere was a big deal. You know, it costs a lot of money, and it was a lot easier for a wholesaler to deal with local people than it was. And I have seen the influx of, you know, where they had all these planes now that are just cargo planes. You know, we didn't have that in the early 70s, where FedEx had an entire fleet of huge monster planes that did nothing but ship cargo. You know, cargo was an afterthought of passenger planes when I first started. You know, so once shipping got streamlined and we started seeing all this influx of all these other breeders around the world and all these cool fish, I got to see there was an African cichlid boom. Okay, there was a lot of fish that came in cheap enough to where the average hobbyist could buy them, and it just exploded. Everybody wanted African cichlids. And then it did. I saw the bottom fall out of it. I was a breeder as well. I saw it once your market is saturated and people don't want them anymore. But
you know, because you take him to the auction and you see nobody's bidding on it. You'll just go for free almost. You take it back home with you. You'll know it's no good. Don't breed that fish anymore.
I saw in my clubs, everything will go just for, like, if nobody bids on it, they just go, all right, $1, and somebody will bid on it. And I watched hundreds and hundreds of dollars of fish go for $1, and I'm like, you got to be kidding me. And that's when I got out of the Africans, man. I said, that's it, I'm done, man. When you know, I spent all this time to breed the fish, feed the fish, get it to a sellable size, and it, you know, a bag of 6 goes for $1. I'm like, yeah, I'm out. That's it, I'm done.
Yeah, at our fish club, I saw Africans, like, they were practically trying to give them away, you know, like people didn't want to take them back home when they came to sell them. So they're like, yeah, okay, I'll give you $1 for that bag.
Yeah, it's,
you know, the hobbies, like all hobbies, have their ups and downs of what's in and out, you know?
And that's the beauty. If see, that's an entirely different conversation. If we want to get into breeding for profit, you have to understand your local market and what's going on and what's hot and what's not. And I'll tell you, a regret I had was I missed the boat on bristlenose plecos. One of my really, really good friends that was also an angelfish breeder, you know, we kind of worked together. We swapped fish back and forth, and he jumped on these bristlenose plecos, and I was like, why are you breeding those, man? There's not a market for it. And he told me right away, he goes, Terry, I'm making more on my plecos than I am on my angels. And he was a good angelfish breeder. And I was like, yeah, you're full of shit. I just
it's true.
I dismissed it. I really did. And you know, I'm looking back over the last 20 years and I'm like, oh, motherfucker, did I miss that boat?
Terry, yesterday.
And they're so easy, man.
Look, this tank is
they're so close to being like guppies.
This thing full of baby behind me. I have one pair. They always breed like crazy in the collar, in with my angels, guys. Look, yesterday I got my master
if you
breeder.
Get 2 females, they'll often force one female in the cave. They'll lay the eggs, then they'll go snatch the other female, force her into the cave. So then they'll have 2 clutches from 2 different females going at the same time.
Yeah, I know. Dude, I missed that boat, but it comes down to knowing your market and having a crystal ball in front of you to know what's going to become popular.
That's true.
You know,
look. The best thing to do is to go and ask them, I'm a breeder. If you are a good breeder of what kind, you can guppy. Let's say nobody buying guppies these days. Only
No, they do. All right.
I mean,
To
good
become
luck. In my area, this many people buying guppy. The stores. You take guppies, they won't give you
no.
this. They give you this much.
See, that's just it. Okay. Now you get into all right, we're winding up on the breeding for profit kind of thing.
Yeah.
If you take African cichlids, guppies, all of it, there's always that specialty audience, okay, that are going to go with. There are still people out there doing very well with African cichlids, but they're known for their African cichlids. They're known for having the best of the best, and their fish are expensive. It's the same thing with guppies. If you're known to have the best guppies out there, there are people that are going to seek you out. And your trios, if you are a legitimate breeder that's honest with people and, you know, this is what you have, you're not sabotaging anybody, you know, this is what you have, this is what you're going to get. Then their trios become very expensive. You know, it's not unusual for somebody to pay $40, $50 for a trio of guppies.
More than that.
See, once you wind up in a niche, you know, where you're in that space, you're no longer working on just producing a whole bunch. You're working on producing the best of the best. Mm-hmm. And inviting people in to pay that price so they can also have the best of the best. So there's, yeah, you know, you're not gonna take an IFGA certified, you know, first place winning strain of guppies and take them into your local pet shop, because that local pet shop's gonna go, I'm not going to pay you fucking $10 a fish. Are you nuts?
Yep. So, George, I was going to bring it up earlier.
I can buy 50 for $20.
That's why Pet Town sells the apistos you take in for so cheap, because their goal is not to get the most money for their fish. Their goal is to sell out of the fish.
Well, they're not even moving them enough, bro. I have so much to send.
But that's the thing, is that these apistos, bro, these apistos, you know, people, especially the Incas, you know, at the size they're being taken in and everything, like Terry was talking about, hey, it's a silver fish, you know? So nobody wants the silver fish. These people don't know what they're seeing when they see these fish.
Well, you can see some of the stuff I have right now in there, the super reds, everything, they're all colored up, and the trifasciatas, they're all colored up. Yeah, and they're not small, they're big, bro. They're paired up, you know. I took a lot of big ones in there. I'm not taking the small ones anymore. I know what you mean. Look, I just took Nolan's trifasciatas. He was very happy. He goes, this is the size I'm looking for, he said, too. They colored up. They were all red tops and, you know.
Yep.
I know, you're right. You can't take silver fish and expect to get good money. Like, wait, those.
Well, it's more that the
zebra acaras,
that don't know what they're looking at, dude. You know, they don't know what it's gonna turn into.
Zebra acaras are a tiki. He paid me $5 a piece. Nobody heard me, right? Yeah, guys, that's the LFS. He bought a lot of it. You know, I took bunch. I took like 10 of them. He gave me like $50.
Shoot, I'm going to be ending this stream soon. I think I'm going to end it when it hits 3.5 hours. Been going for a while.
Sounds good, man.
I got to get up and move around.
Look, the placos yesterday at night, the breeder came over and we traded. I gave him 8 and he gave me 10 discus. Come on. Placos for discus, if that tells you anything. By the way, you can say all day long, whatever you're saying is right. I'm not saying you're wrong. But if you know somebody would buy those African cichlids from you, you are successfully breeding them, right? If you don't have I have angels, bro. Some people, I bet you they will die to have it. But some people around here, they don't want them. They didn't ask me for them. I took some babies and they barely wanted them. One guy goes, I even lost some. I'm like, oh, that means your water wasn't right. Mine, I got mine. All of them. None of them died. Not even one.
Well, like I said, people don't know what they're looking at going into a LFS.
Okay.
No, discus.
That's you can take.
I know I didn't.
Any fish, you can take any pet. You can take it across the board. Okay, you can take it into reptiles. You can take it into hamsters. You can take it into birds. Across the board. Okay, if you own a local pet store, you are not catering to the specialist. You are catering to the person that bought a parakeet for $15 and has a small cage. That's the person you're catering to. You are catering to the person that bought that green chameleon for $5 and has it in a 10-gallon tank with sand on the bottom. That's who your audience is.
Exactly.
And you cannot blame your local pet shop for catering to those audiences. They're your crutch while you learn your hobby. Did that make any sense? That they're your crutch until you become that reptile person or that bird person where you know that you have outgrown your local pet store, and then you start seeking out these other places. And I'll give you an example. Dan's Fish. I love Dan's Fish. Okay. There isn't too many people out there with their first 10-gallon tank that is going to be ordering from Dan's Fish. Dan's Fish can have all these rare fish because he's made it internationally known, through his, I can't help but say marketing, to say, hey, I am the rare fish guy.
Yep.
Here's my facility. I am the rare fish guy. Is his audience going to be, well, I just bought a 10-gallon tank from Walmart? No, that's not his audience. So he can get away with selling a small fish that's not colored up because his audience knows I'm buying this uncolored small fish that's going to grow up to be this colored up big fish. It's just like Jeff Rapps and those cichlid people that to wind up with an audience or a customer base that knows what they're doing. But you can't blame the local fish shop for catering to that person that just bought a 10-gallon tank from Walmart. It's like you're comparing apples to oranges. It's an entirely different world, and it's up to the individual hobbyist to climb that ladder. And maybe that's a bad analogy. It's up to the individual hobbyist on where they're gonna go. You don't know. When you have that 10-gallon tank at Walmart and somebody fills it up and they put a comet goldfish in it, you don't know where they're going to go in that hobby. They might just say, fuck it, this ain't for me. They might go, okay, I'm going to keep, and they get a 55-gallon tank and they put some angelfish in it. And they're like, yeah. But then they see that freaking saltwater tank, and then the next thing you know, they've got $2,000 worth of filtration in it, and they've got nothing but saltwater shit in it. You don't know where that individual hobbyist is going to go. It's up to anybody that has a business to figure out where their audience is on what they're going to sell and how they approach
Hey, the wife is calling me. I'm gonna say good night, guys. I gotta get down. Later.
Later, George. I'm gonna be ending this shortly anyway.
Sometimes,
yeah, I know what you mean, Terry. Like a lot of companies, especially like the big box store, you see like their animals go on discount all the time, and they don't make any money off of the animals. Their goal is to sell you all the other products that you need for the animal.
right.
You know, so I definitely see that.
It's I don't know. I don't even know how we wound up on this conversation, but it just goes back to what our original conversation was. Never mind. I'm not even gonna go there. I tend to talk about shit a little too much sometimes, and I think this is one of them. Okay, here's a quick example. Right here, I have a tank of these guys. Right here. Okay, great big long name. Nobody in their right mind is going to appreciate what that is, except for the people that know that name.
Yeah, like Dan's Fish definitely caters to people like us. Definitely not the common hobbyist.
But see, here's the thing, and I'm kind of switching gears from what I used to do, especially in my career of breeding African cichlids and angelfish, and I'm actually going back to breeding more common, very common, in fact, species. Number one, if you look in all the pet shops, take a poll of all the aquarium stores everywhere across the United States. And there are certain species that are super common. So people like you and me, we don't even give them second thought, right?
Yep.
Because they're too common. We're above that, right? You want to know why those species are common? Is because they sell. Well. They
sell well. It's just going back to, hey, they want to bring them in and clear them out.
Which actually makes them the most popular fish, right?
Yep.
I mean, think about it. The unfortunate thing is like what you talked about, the low quality of the common guppy at a pet store. Yeah, it's really low quality because they're so mass produced. They're produced in mass. As long as they have color, they're shipped out.
Yep.
It doesn't matter what. It's just a giant mosh pit of guppies, and they really don't care. And they try to group ones in, and they'll give them a name, whatever. But they sell. And they're extremely profitable for the local fish stores.
Much better to sell a fancy guppy for $2 to $3, where every third customer coming in is buying a guppy or a few guppies, versus these like more customized or elaborate strains where you might get 2-3 people a week that buy a pair.
And I don't.
I mean, when you get down to it, how many people really want to spend $20-$30 on a pair of guppies?
I don't want to mean to take it just to light bearers. All right, there's a few common fish in pet stores that no matter what pet store you go to, you're gonna find. You're gonna find red-tailed sharks, which is one of my favorite fish, by the way. You'll probably see a couple examples of angelfish. You're going to see a ton of just different miscellaneous tetras. These are all mainstays. You're going to see, tiger barb, for example. there's one. You know, the tiger barb's been around for as long as I can remember. Cheap fish, and people buy them. You know why? If the tiger barb wasn't as popular as it is, then nobody, there'd be no local pet shop keeping them.
I don't think I've ever been to a local store and not seen neon tetras.
Yeah, there you go.
Unless they were out. But there's still the spot for them.
Our hobby, and anybody can disagree with anything I say, and sometimes I speak out of turn, but I'm going to tell you what, the neon tetra basically invented this hobby as far as I'm concerned. If you go back in history, and we'll probably have to get Alex in this, but I would say the neon tetra, there have been more neon tetras sold than any other fish in our hobby, hands down, and it's probably like 10 times more.
Yep, it's a significant amount more.
Yeah, that the neon tetra has gotten. There's been more neon tetras sold by the bazillions compared to any other fish.
Oh, it sounds like Craig had neons when they were actually healthy fish. He said he had them in the 80s.
Oh, believe it or not, the neon's not as hard to keep as you think it is. It's just not a beginner fish. It's not a fish you should probably have as a beginner, but it's not that hard.
I would say they definitely thrive much better under softer water conditions. Like my neons just
negative
don't
Ghost
last.
Rider. Negative.
My neons never last, no matter where I get them. However, at Priscilla's house, nice soft water, especially the tank she has them in, nice and tannic, they thrive. They are fire. They look absolutely stunning.
Really, that's weird, because and here's another thing. All right, I love Anthony to death, and Anthony and I have had entirely two different experiences with the same fish. And there could be several different reasons for that.
Oh,
but
definitely.
In my experience, the neon tetra does better in more neutral type water, whereas the cardinal tetra falls apart in anything above like 6.5. I have had absolute horrible results with what did I just say? Not the neon, but the other one. I just said
Cardinal.
Yeah, the cardinal. The cardinal tetra I've had absolutely zero luck with in hard water, but the neon tetra in harder water has seemed to done. I bred them. I have actually bred neon tetras in Lake Michigan water.
That's cool. You see, and when I say softer water, I don't mean soft. I do mean more neutral. Priscilla's pH is around like 6.8 to 7.
Yeah,
so definitely in the more neutral.
Right in
but
there,
my water is very close to yours, I'd imagine. I usually run an average of about an 8 to 8.2 pH.
Yeah, that's what my fish room runs in the middle eights. Because I've got Lake Michigan. Lake Michigan's my water source. So
yeah, but it's just crazy that your water would probably be even harder than mine, and you've had much better success with neons than me.
Trust me, it took a little bit of work and an RO unit and leaf litter. But
so you're softening it.
Yeah.
So you are softening it. You see, that's what I mean. Like, I'm sure I could keep the neons. Like, I was actually thinking of doing this 10-gallon tank I had over there that I had
now here's the thing. Okay, now hold on. Okay, I can keep neons in my Lake Michigan water, but will they spawn in it? Okay, that's where the softening came up. I can keep neons all day long in Lake Michigan hard water. I just got to make sure I keep it clean, because as soon as they start to stress, they'll fall apart. Now, to get them to spawn, yes, I had to drop the pH. I had to put a lot of leaf litter in the bottom, especially to collect eggs. And yes, okay, there's a big difference between keeping a fish and spawning a fish.
Yeah.
Because fish in themselves go through those so their whole thing. If you look at their natural habitat, when they're in the river itself, they're getting runoff straight from the mountains. The pH in the actual river is going to be quite a bit harder. Then comes the rainy season with neutral water, from all the rain, and everything floods. And then as those pools start to shrink down with all the decaying matter creating acids, those areas tend to drop in pH, and that's where the neon lives, So yeah, don't misquote me on that. I have kept neons very easily in harder water, as opposed to cardinals. Cardinals, to me, they just fall apart instantly. They hit
I haven't
that
had
hard
any luck
water
with
and they're
keeping the
like,
neons in my harder water.
really?
Just
See,
none whatsoever. And I've been over my hobby experience, over the time I've been in the hobby, which isn't anywhere near as long as you. But I've tried it several times, and it never works for me. I keep them like 6 months at most before they're all done.
And you know what? The funny thing is this is what I like about when you get an honest to God analytical type thinking hobbyist. We could sit there and go, oh, fuck you, no, neons will be fine in hard water, and you're saying, nah, fuck you, every time I've kept neons, we can have an entirely two different experiences, and both are true, which tends to make me think that maybe it's not the hardness, it could be something else.
And that's something else I wanted to bring up too, because like Priscilla will let her RO unit run, and it's still kicking out like 10 TDS, but her water's coming straight off the river, so no chemicals, no nothing. However, my water, I don't like it to go above 10 TDS, because I don't know what that 10 parts per million is. Is it something that's okay for the fish and it's not going to bother it at all? Or is it something that's going to impact my reef tank?
Right. Well, see, a reef tank is an entirely different animal. All right. If you've got a shit ton of money in corals, you don't want anything going into that tank that you don't know about first.
Yep.
So I totally understand that. But, when you talk 10 TDS is nothing really. That just might mean that your DI resin is getting used up and maybe you need to replace it, or your membrane or something is, 10 TDS is not really anything to be concerned about in any normal situation. But if you have $1,000 worth of coral, that's not a normal situation. And you're not going to tolerate something going into your system that you don't know about.
Well, taking you to my fish room real quick to show you my DI resin. To give you an idea just how bad my water is. I don't know exactly what stuff goes through.
How brown
the DI, what the DI takes it out. But that is the anion DI resin. It is completely depleted, so I need to replace this one. Gonna have to replace my mixed bed very, very soon, because you can see it's discoloring. But this color
is about 100 gallons of water.
Wow.
So, I mean, my water is trash. When I say my water's trash, I mean it is trash.
Well,
that is why I don't like that 10 TDS.
Well, see, here's the thing, though. God, man, we are crossing the gambits on subjects here. Here's the thing, though. And the only way to prove it is to do a test on the other things, or send it to somebody that knows a hell of a lot more than I do. See, the last part of your RO unit is the DI chamber, and that's just a matter of like atoms, or not atoms, but electrons changing places. So one of the things I have said, and sometimes people tend to overreact on stuff, and I'm not saying you're doing this in this case, but sometimes just an RO membrane is plenty. An RO membrane is going to get rid of 99.99% of all the crap you need to worry about. Then the last bit of it is basically changing atoms, from one molecule to another. I'm not saying, trust me, I get it, man. If I got thousands of dollars worth of coral, I want everything gone. I want that peace of mind. But is what's depleting your ion chamber necessarily detrimental to your reef? And it may not be so.
Yeah. I get you. I'm just saying that with how bad my water is, and not knowing what that 10
exactly
is.
Yeah, that's my whole
the key,
point
is not
too,
knowing what it is.
You don't know.
I'm not willing to take the risk, If I knew what it was and I knew it was going to be okay, oh man, I'll let it run to 50 TDS. Who cares? But not knowing is my issue.
Right. Yeah.
And at one point, I was able to smell ammonia and chlorine in my water coming from the tap.
Yeah. Well, I belong to a city water source, and I know exactly what you're talking about. But it's just one of those things. Man, dude, you and I could talk for fucking hours and hours and hours.
I know, man. And I gotta end this stream soon. I'm like beat, man. My back's killing me.
One of the things that gets me up is people don't realize that you don't have to have a full-blown RODI system to complete what they need or what they want.
But in the offhand, a lot of people are going for an incorrect DI system, in my opinion. Like that cheap one that a lot of people buy, the RO Buddy. That'll work for a lot of people, but I mean, let's get real. Would it work for your water?
No, fuck no, dude. I'd use that thing up
that
in
thing
like
was
5
depleted.
gallons.
Exactly. That's what I was gonna say. Mine depleted in 10 gallons or so. I couldn't even get one bucket. I literally saw that DI resin changing before my eyes.
But
like watching the water pump through it was just like, depleted. Wow.
My point is, what I was getting at is that a lot of these hobbyists that have issues with their water source could be mediated simply by 2 carbon black filters, and that would lower their issues enough to where they didn't need an RO membrane. They wouldn't need a DI resin chamber. And you can get huge, gigantic carbon blocks that last for a super, super long time.
Yep, I'm trying to get my mom to get one of those like 4-foot tall ones I've seen.
Yeah. But my point is that a lot of people, especially when they're newer to the idea of an RO unit or an RODI unit, the automatic advice is get an RODI unit, which can get quite expensive. And depending on how complicated you want to get, can get really expensive. Some of these 7-chamber units are just fucking nuts. You got a 7-chamber unit?
So that's what I was going to say. So Priscilla has the RO buddy, and that works so great for her. She replaces the DI resin maybe one time a year on that thing. Give you an idea how wonderful her water is. Sure. And we just talked about it. That thing will deplete in 5-10 gallons with our water. I got the 7-stage, and I actually contacted BRS to ask them what they thought about me getting the added membrane to do the recirculation. And they said with my water, it would not be worth it. And they could have had a sale, they could have had the sale. But they gave me the truth, like, hey man, it wouldn't be worth it. I'm like, yeah.
Nah. I love BRS, by the way. I really do, man. They are the honest to God people that are out there trying to give the message out there. And I'll wind up bringing up another subject if I keep talking. But my basic point was that maybe your water isn't as bad as yours, and you might just be able to get away with a carbon block. Dual carbon blocks will do 90% of the work. I mean, that's why they put them in front. And you don't really need the RO membrane, which is really expensive. Maybe you don't need the DI exchange unit. And that's my point where, it depends on what you're trying to do. And the unfortunate thing is the people that go, okay, I've been told I need an RODI unit. They don't know, the basics of what each individual chamber does. And they don't know what they need for their output is. And they just don't know. And that's unfortunate because it causes them to buy a whole great big huge unit that maybe they don't necessarily need. They might be able to just get by with a carbon block.
So I often get asked the question, which this should I buy? Which that should I buy? And my very first question is always, well, what are you trying to get out of it? I work installing internet, so a lot of people will ask me about phones, about routers, about TVs. I mean, you name it, people ask me about it. Even doorbells, with all the new video doorbell security systems, all that stuff, people ask me. But, like the one I like to bring up is a television. They have their $1,000 60-inch 4K TVs, and then they have the $4,000 4K TVs, real 4K. And it depends on what you do, if all you're going to do is watch Netflix in 4K and all that stuff, buy the $1,000 one. But if you're somebody who likes to edit HDR photos, $4,000 one.
I can still hear you, but I'm going away.
Yeah, no worries. I'm actually going to end it, man. I'm almost at 4 hours and I need to eat and get a little bit of rest. I don't know. Depending on who goes later on, I might start up another one later on.
I'll come up with you anytime, man.
Sounds good, Terry. Always a pleasure talking to you. Always have something to talk about. So thanks for coming up, bro. Thank you, everyone in the chat. I appreciate all of you for being here and showing some support.
If I don't see you later, I'll see you next time. And I'm hoping to be able to get going more often on this instead of, one every 3 to 6 months or something like that.
Yeah, what the hell's up with that? Why don't you do more streams? Besides the fact, by the way, I was gonna bring up, why the fuck are you gluing fucking shit down on your bed? I'm like, he's gonna break that tank. And I was working on this tank right above my head. I was working on this tank, and I heard that. Oh my god! It didn't crack.
Yep. Yeah, I was having this big rock in there trying to set them up, and yeah, I know better, but we always know better and then still choose to do stupid things.
Oh, I don't know. I thought it was hilarious. It entertained me. I was like, he's going to crack the bottom of that tank. A rock is going to fall.
I tell you, man, I tell you one thing. If I did crack this tank, I have like 12 others I could use.
Yeah, I know. Send a couple to me. Yeah, I need 420 eyes.
Man, I went from almost 80 tanks up and running to now I'm down to about 30.
Are you more relaxed because of it?
I have a lot less to do, and honestly, man, I'm getting ready to take even more down.
Been there, done that, dude.
I'm just I'm pretty exhausted with it.
You gotta find that happy medium, you gotta, depending on
how
what
you were talking about, you
life,
don't know where you're gonna go in the hobby when you start, man.
Right.
I started with glowfish and stuff, but that was more for my kid. Then I'd say when I started my thing, like really started my fish thing, I did go for the Oscars and all that, and now it's like, man, I want nothing to do with those fish. I want to stick to my reef tanks and planted tanks.
Oh, I might want your help, depending on how you feel about the subject. But I was watching somebody else's stream. I have always been a proponent of not scaring people away from saltwater. I honestly believe in my heart of hearts that you can keep a fish only saltwater tank just as easily as you can keep a freshwater tank.
So right now I have my 2 puffers and my triggerfish in a 75 that's running 2 aqua clears and a heater. The aqua clears just have a crate going diagonal ways with polyfill just to make sure the water passes through the polyfill. So all my biological filtration is within the tank.
So you agree with me?
Absolutely. When you say fish only system.
Right.
Now, when it comes to
caveat,
other things,
only.
Now, when it comes to reef tanks, you can do a reef tank without all the special equipment like protein skimmers and all that. I.e., we got this baby right here. It's a Fluval Evo. I have some polyfill here going diagonal ways, so all the water passes through the polyfill. I do have the most sophisticated equipment in here I have, I'd say, is my ATO, just because during the summer I did not want to keep,
adding water.
Yep, because I did have the light propped up and I had a fan blowing in here so it would keep the tank cool, because this room gets about 92 degrees.
Wow, that's
so pretty darn hot. However, on my 40 in the living room, I now have a protein skimmer. It does have a sump with 2 filter socks on it. I have a refugium that I'm running intermittently. I don't keep the light on all the time. I maybe run the light like 10 hours a week. And then I also added a reactor with a carbon NGFO. And I'd say that tank is now doing a whole lot better than before I was running a protein skimmer and thing.
But
however, experience plays a massive part of it. I just saw a link where somebody had a 2.5 gallon Pico reef jar with the form of filtration in it was an air stone. Yeah. He changes half a cup of water from his main display tank, takes half a cup of water out, puts half a cup of water in his main display tank, and then does about a 30% water change once a month.
Nice.
But that is experience. Would I recommend something like that to a beginner or even someone like myself who has about a year and a half in saltwater? Absolutely not. Absolutely not.
But my whole point of the thing was, while I was watching the guy stream, is so many people are afraid of saltwater because they think they can't do it and that it's so complicated. And if you break it down to its lowest level, you can have a saltwater tank with freshwater equipment, no problem, if you do it fish only.
And even doing some of the less crazier corals, you could have some GSP super easy.
Some mushrooms, some green star.
Some mushrooms. GSP. And this guy, leathers, some of the leathers you could have pretty easy.
Absolutely, you can do leathers. You can do the hammer corals, oh, fuck.
Zoas, Rainer, right? Zoas, a lot of zoas you could have.
Some of the zoas.
There's a lot of the.
Some zoas, yes. Some zoas, no. I have found that zoas among species can be highly variable, and I found that. I bought this.
Well, they're so designer that I think it just depends on how long they've been around and how hardy they are.
Right, because I bought some that weren't too hardy, man. I watched them melt. I'm like, no, there's $100 just melting. I'm melting, my pretties. Anyways, no, my whole thing is if you have the desire and the interest to get into the saltwater hobby, and you like the saltwater fish, and you think that's something you would like to do, you can do it without spending a goddamn fortune. Your prime example, you can use hang on the back filters. My sump and my main saltwater tank is the exact same thing as running a hang on the back with just filter floss through it, basically.
The thing is, there's a time and place for everything. Like,
correct.
Me and Priscilla, when we eventually moved together and, we got things settled down and everything, we eventually want to do 125 reef tank. And I tell you now, man, the amount of money I will have in that filtration is going to be a little asinine. Sure. But when you're talking about enough coral to fill up a 125 reef, how many thousands of dollars of coral are in there?
Right. And that's
the thing is, I don't want to do a ton of water changes. So it's going to have a doser and all that good stuff.
I 100% agree with you on all of that. I get it. It's... So the argument, I wasn't having an argument. It was a discussion. But the idea was that you can't do a saltwater tank like you do a freshwater tank. And I'm like, yes, you can. The only difference is one's got salt, the other one doesn't. It's the same example of somebody that has a CO2 injected, fully operation with a Neptune system for their freshwater tank because they're running a high-tech planted tank with some of the most rarest stem plants that if you look at them the wrong way, they melt. There's both sides of the hobby. You can take them as expensive as you want them, but you can also break them down to the simplest.
Yep, because especially with a planted tank, you could still run a doser and all that with all the different micronutrients and everything, you know? So
Sure.
You're right. You could definitely take it as crazy and as expensive as you want it to.
It just gets me if and like I said, this is just the latest thing that was going around in my head. But if you really like saltwater fish, if you like that trigger fish or that yellow tang or that clownfish or whatever, and you're so afraid to keep a fish like that simply because of the cost of saltwater keeping, because they tell you, oh, you got to have a sump, you got to have a protein skimmer, you got to have this, you got to have that, you got to have these special lights. No, you don't. You need water and salt and something to filter your tank.
Yep.
Something
Where I
to move
will say
water.
that
That's
extra
it.
stuff does come into play as water changes. You know, doing that higher volume
Sure.
of water changes and spending the money on salt can get a little pricey, but you
Well,
don't need the actual expensive equipment you're talking about, and that we could definitely agree on.
I will agree. You got to buy salt. All right.
But the one reason I bring up water changes is because nitrates in salt water can become an ammonia bomb much faster in salt water than in fresh water.
I've never heard of that actually happening in real life. What'd you do? I'm curious.
I didn't. It was just a nitrate factory underneath the rocks, creating a lot of anaerobic pockets and stuff, and all of a sudden, ammonia bomb.
All right,
and that in a freshwater tank will not be as bad as in a saltwater tank.
Now, hold on a minute. So then you moved it? See, as long as that stuff is trapped under the rock and nothing gets disturbed, then everything's cool. So I'm assuming this happened when you
trying to clean it,
or what?
Just trying to clean it out, gravel back and all that, but wasn't able to get a lot of it out. Too much stuff.
Yeah,
so,
but
I mean, I've had it happen.
As long as, and again, if it was a fish-only tank, they'd probably survive. I don't know. That's an interesting.
Oh, massive water change and a lot of prime.
Anyways, I don't know. Dude, I love talking to you. I love talking to George. We need to do... Remember when Corey had that real fish talk? You know, where all those fish keepers got together and they'd pick a subject? I've been kind of wanting to do that with some fish keepers that aren't particularly... there's a lot of YouTubers out there that are really good YouTubers and really good fish keepers, but they're really adamant about a certain way you have to do things. And they're not comfortable outside their box. And I would like to kind of start that kind of same thing, but I want fish keepers that are willing to discuss things that are outside their box, if you know what I mean.
Absolutely. The one thing I love is learning new things, and you can't learn new things if you're stuck in a box.
Exactly, dude. You cannot learn another thing. I love it when somebody does something different than I do, because I get to learn why it was successful for them. What did they have going on that made it so successful for them to do it just that way? And I need people that are comfortable enough with what they do that they can discuss there are alternate ways. There's multiple ways to do anything you want to do in this hobby.
Absolutely.
And I would like to put together a group of individuals that meet and we can discuss a certain topic and actually take that topic from the point of view of we don't have an agenda. It's just, okay, this is where we're at, you know.
Just open conversation.
Right. Take it or leave it. This is what we know. And you'll get a different perspective from each fish keeper. And those perspectives might be entirely different. You know, like me and George might have an entirely different opinion on something. And you can just take and leave what you want. Yeah, I would love to put together a panel like that and do a show that is that way.
That sounds good.
You know, like I said, we got to put the panel has to be willing to accept that you might be really animate about a topic, but there might be somebody else that's just as animate with the exact opposite opinion.
And I'm not about being adamant about too many things. So, I mean, like I said, I like to learn new things, and you can't learn new things if you're stuck in the box. So,
I agree. 100%. Dude, that's tonight. If you're stuck in a box, you're not going to learn anything else. That's for sure.
Yep, and I've definitely seen some of the YouTube people who are stuck in the box and some who aren't, So that is what it is. But Terry, it's been a pleasure talking to you, man. I've got to end this one. I already said goodbye
later. I know.
20
I'm
minutes
sorry
ago.
to keep you. My bad.
No, all good. All right. Thanks again, everyone. Thanks for coming out. Thanks, Terry, George, everyone, Bob, for joining. Have a good night.